Welcome to TCH Live Poker as we get ready for tonight's stream down in the Rio Grande Valley. RGV Striker coming in for a raise. Not sure if the camera for seat 1 works, but that should do the trick there. Yeah, you can see they're still adjusting the cameras, which is why we haven't been on the air. So 4 ways we go to a flop. And RGV Striker, your pre-flop aggressor, is going to hit the best hand. Should go check to him, and he should put out a bet here, probably about 80. It's going to be 75, so right at half pot should get the job done for RGV Striker. No, Fletcher has bottom pair, and Fletcher does not like to fold, so Fletcher's going to make the call. You can see Fletcher with only 2 outs, as this first pot is already $300. RGV Striker picking up a straight draw, should be going all in here once Fletcher checks to him. There's the check, and there's the all in. Actually, he's betting 170. Fletcher buying in for 300, so Fletcher with 190 in his stack, essentially putting Fletcher all in. And I think Fletcher's just going to have to let this one go. No, Fletcher is not going to let it go. He's going to go all in. And RGV Striker going to be making the call with the best hand. Fletcher going to need to hit an ace or a 3 as we go to the river. So players showing their cards. And it is going to be RGV Striker winning the first pot as the camera is still getting adjusted. That's actually a brand new camera, and that is the reason why we haven't been on the air at this location for the last couple of weeks, as we have had camera issues. So Fletcher going to be rebuying. RGV Striker winning the first hand. And we can see the stack sizes right there on the bottom. So seat 1, we have the Cajun Asian, and that camera is actually not working for seat 1, so we will not be able to see the Cajun Asian, but trust me, he's there. Seat 2, we got David R. I do think they moved one of the cameras that normally focuses on seat 1 and 2. I think they were able to adjust it to get seats 2, 3, and 4. And then seat 3, we have a Vagabond. Sony showing he has $29 in his stack, so obviously something not entering right. Is that a New York Jets shirt? I'm going to have to get the story behind that shirt. So Fletcher likes to see flops, just lost all his chips the last time, but he's going to jump right back in. And RGV Striker going to be raising it up. So RGV Striker, you can still see they're messing with the cameras. This is the reason why we haven't been on the air the last couple of weeks down here in the Rio Grande Valley. But RGV Striker bringing the aggression tonight, raises it his first hand with the 9-10, and now raises it the second hand. And you can see they're trying to adjust the one camera so we can see the Cajun Asian. We will just get a side shot of him. So there's 5 cameras in the room, 1 overhead camera, and 4 on each corner. And we've had... Yes, Logan, we're back. So you can see we're going 4 ways to a flop. Best hand right now, the pocket 7s of the Cajun Asian. Queen on the board, Cajun Asian's on the button. Let's see if he puts out a bet, if it does get checked to him. RGV Striker, your pre-flop raiser. Flops bottom pair, and he's going to put out a continuation bet here. This might get the Cajun Asian to fold, as he does have 2 other players to worry about. You can still see they are still adjusting the cameras. Be hard for him to call here with the pocket 7s. So almost identical to the previous hand, about $150 in the pot. RGV Striker betting $75 half pot when he had second pair, and now RGV Striker sizing it down to $55 now that he flopped bottom pair. So perhaps a size intel there from RGV Striker that we can keep our eye on. So Cajun Asian in seat 1, he is in for 300, down 70. Seat 2, David R., he was in for 410, has paid his blinds twice, has not played a hand yet. Seat 3, we have Vagabond, he's in for 300, which is the minimum. Seat 4, we have Matt, he's in for 500. Seat 5, center of attention, that's going to be Rigo. Rigo in for 500. You can see he's down $70. Seat 6 is the man with the Jets shirt. So Cajun Asian raising it up to 51 here with his suited King Jack. Vagabond making the call with the pocket 4s. Baby Spider with the aces. He did straddle this hand. That is with the S, the purple S, where his name is. You can see the 2 red aces and then the 988 followed by the S. The S means he did straddle. So this is pretty much a dream scenario for him, as he's going to put on the 3-bet here. And let's see if the Cajun Asian wants to play for it all. So Cajun Asian just makes the call, but Vagabond wants to play for it all. And obviously Baby Spider going to be calling with the best hand in poker, pre-flop at least. And the Cajun Asian's pretty much priced in, so he makes the call as well. King Jack, a very pretty hand, but for all your stack, not sure. So Baby Spider rolling over the aces right away, letting his opponents know they're in trouble. Vagabond and Cajun Asian both at 20%. Vagabond looking for one of the Wendy's biggie bag, the 444. So I don't think Cajun Asian has shown his hand, but Cajun Asian does hit trips. So Cajun Asian now with a stranglehold on the pot, ace or a 4. It's going to be a 4. Oh! So the ace is getting cracked. And as Michael Scott likes to say, I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious. But I would not wear a New York Jets shirt when I'm playing poker. I don't think that's a very lucky thing to do. So Vagabond cracking the aces with the fake aces. And looks like Conway's was gonna reach for some chips, but Cajun Asian gonna be reloading. So RGV Striker and Vagabond both up over $400. Everybody else in the red, as 2 players up over 400 and 3 players down over 250 as we get ready for hand number 4. Of course, Vagabond hitting a 4 the last hand to scoop that huge pot. So seat 7 with the jacks, just calling the straddle. Cho, it's his first time playing on the stream. The Psycho Bunny shirt. And it's going to be a queen high flop. Let's see if Cho puts out a bet here with his jacks. He is. And this should get the job done, so. Yeah, it's going to get the job done. So Cho winning a small pot with the jacks. And it looks like we got some Rebel Poker in the chat. Somebody pinched me. Is it real? Yes. Yes, as I mentioned. As I mentioned, we have been down a couple of weeks. We had camera issues. And I think all of the cameras except one of the cameras, which is the camera for seat 1. But I believe all the other cameras are working. Fletcher with the double down hand making the call. And you can still see they are messing with the cameras to get them proper. Guess who's back? Back again. Three ways to a flop we go. All diamonds. Straight draw for Cho. Flush draw for Fletcher. And a open ender for Vagabond. Vagabond betting 20 with his open ender, getting a quick call from the king high. Vagabond hitting a pair. And it's going to be a chop pot. Even if Fletcher would have called with his 7-4. Yeah, so that's the camera that normally will zoom into seats 3 and 4, but they have a wider shot because the camera for seats 1 and 2 are not working. So it'll be a chop pot. Both players have to show. But normally this camera will be a tighter shot for seats 3 and 4. But one of the cameras for seats 1 and 2, that camera is not working. We got all the cameras except one to work. So this shot a little bit wider than it normally is. Somebody asking, sounds like I landed on the moon. But as you know, that land mooning, that was fake. It never happened. Actually, we've had people in the comments mention about the sound quality, And from everything that I know and everything that I see, it's good, not great. It's good, not great. I don't think it's landing on the moon. But it might be the device you're listening from, because I normally go and rewatch the streams. So on my smart TV, I'll rewatch the stream, and the sound is always sounded, like I said, good, not great. I'm not saying it is top of the line quality, but it is also not landed on the moon quality. My grandfather actually thought that that whole landing on the moon thing was fake. I think it's real, just to let you know. But of course, the Earth is flat. That one's real. All right, top pair for Rigo. David might get in trouble here. Well, actually, Cho might get in trouble because Cho has top pair as well. So David actually betting with his tens, only worried about one overcard, but both his opponents have that overcard. We'll see if the club slows down the action as this pot is moving towards $200. And it looks like Rigo's going to put out a bet. So Cho, like I said, it's his first time playing on the stream. He will let it go. Nice fold. And let's see if David's able to let go of his tens. And David also lets go of his tens. So both players making some nice folds here early on. Something that I do like to mention whenever you're playing on a stream, and from what I've seen, it's pretty much across the board. Doesn't matter if it's here or any of the other streams, that for around the first 10 hands or so, that the players will play a little bit tighter than they normally play or a little bit looser than they normally play. They either see it as a time to feel out the table, so they don't want to get involved right away, or they see it as a way to establish a table image. And sometimes you see it. I mean, we've seen already 4 players all in, well, 3 players all in. Sometimes they just want to double up early as well. So Fletcher with the ace high will check it over to RGV Striker, and RGV Striker's going to put out a small $20 bet with his trays. Fletcher making the call as the pot is now 101 Dalmatians. Fletcher checks once again. And I was going to say, I think RGV Striker is going to slow down, but he is not. He is keeping his foot on the gas. And Fletcher calling him once again. Let's see if Fletcher bluffs if he misses here. What does he represent? What's a good bluff card for Fletcher? I would say that's a good bluff card. Now he's going to check. It'll go check, check. And RGV Striker with the win. So 3 players in the green. That is their profit. And everybody else with a negative in front. Matt down only $10. Fletcher down over $400. RGV Striker starting off fast. He is already up $600. Minimum buy-in is $300 for this game. Minimum buy-in is $300. So there's the wide angle camera. Action is on seat 2. So normally it would be the camera directly in front of him, so on the other corner. But as I said, that camera wasn't working. So essentially one camera's doing the work of 2. It looks like the players are starting to order drinks. Fletcher announcing all in with the dog. That is the K9. And he actually has the best hand right now. I don't think anybody has a hand they can call him with. Maybe Cho? Maybe if it was suited. Yeah, it looks like they ordered some shots of tequila. Yeah, so Fletcher going to get it through. Get about a $30 or $40 profit here. Oh, no, wait. Cajun Asian called him with the ace high. Cajun Asian with the best hand. And Fletcher going to hit trip kings. Has the check mark by his name. Cajun Asian going to take a hit. The second hit to his stack. The only silver lining is he still has chips behind. So doesn't have to rebuy, doesn't have to add on if he chooses to stay with his stack. So Fletcher making a move with the king 9 and get in there on the flop. We are live on the YouTube chat. We are live on the YouTube chat as I believe this is hand number 9. Yeah, hand number 9. So RGV Striker has 1,100 in his stack. Bought in for 500, is up 600. And Cajun Asian now on the other end. So no straddle this hand, and there's the camera doing double duty as it'll zoom out. That way we can see seats 1 and 2 there. Cajun Asian actually had a special hat made for the stream, so he was a little disappointed that he's not going to get the proper camera time. Looks like everybody's wearing a hat, with the exception of Rigo and Fletcher. Vagabond just calling the $3 under the gun, +1 with the ace queen. And he somehow still has the best hand with ace high. 6 ways to the flop, nobody with a pair. Gut shot for the 6-4. Actually 5 ways to the flop. Still nobody with a pair. Matt picking up an open ender. And Cho picking up a flush draw. Matt gonna bet his straight draw. Cho gonna call him with the flush draw. And we should be going heads up to the river as the shots have arrived. And is Vagabond still in the hand, or did he fold? No, Vagabond's still in the hand. He does have the best hand. And let's see. Oh, Matt put it on the bluff here. He knows 6 high cannot win. I think the sizing's a little bit too small, but I do think it's going to work. Yeah, so he bets $30 into $60, bet in half pot. And nobody had anything. So 6 high going to win that pot. I wonder if they ordered that 1-800 tequila. Wait, I'm saying that wrong. It's 1800, sorry. No straddle this hand, as action will be on Vagabond with the suited 1-gapper. Probably be playing it. And he's going to play it for a raise. So had the ace-queen the previous hand, limped with the ace-queen, raising with the 7-5. Chow with the ace-king suited, just making the call. Like I said, it is his first time playing on the stream, so he's just pretty much filling out the players right now. And he's going to hit top pair. Vagabond going to hit middle pair. Cajun Asian also hitting top pair, and Cajun Asian might get in trouble here as he only has $118 in his stack. And Vagabond going to be putting out a $20 bet. I think this is a good spot for the Cajun Asian to raise and go all in, but he just makes the call. Looking for an 8 as Vagabond picks up a straight draw to go along with his middle pair. And now the Cajun Asian going to lead here. You can see Baby Spider out of the room, as you are not allowed to be on your phones in the room. So he did step outside here. Cajun Asian going to need an 8. And Vagabond would have got there with his 2 pair. Is he still in the hand? So Cajun Asian left with crumbs after that hand, as he is down to $38. This is his second buy-in. And he's going to be surprised that his opponent had ace-king there. Thought he might be out-kicked, but not out-kicked with the ace-king. As RGV Striker had to pay his blinds, so now he is up $599. 4-hour stream scheduled, as is most of the time. So started around 7:30, should be going to around 11:30. As I said, we are live on the YouTube comments. I do realize we're streaming on multiple platforms. We are live on the YouTube chat. Cajun Asian put it on a $10 button straddle here. I think he's just going to go all in dark. He hasn't even looked at his cards. He has pretty much a quarter of his stack already in. And Fletcher trying to convince the players to play the small blind game. We'll let you know if the players agree. So Rigo raising it with the suited ace. It's showing the actions on David R, and that's why the camera's. So David R just calling the $10, hoping somebody raised. Let's see if this sizing's good enough. Yeah, Cajun Asian's just gonna. No, wait, Cajun Asian reload it. It only has 313. Oh, Cho calling here. Cajun Asian also making the call. So David gonna have to avoid an ace or a jack as we go 3 ways to the flop. And it's gonna be a gut shot for the Cajun Asian as he has less than a pot-sized bet left. As a matter of fact, 2 of the 3 players with less than a pot-sized bet left. David just worried about the queen, and he goes all in, pretty much says, if you have it, you're getting all my chips. Moving all in for 214. Of course, that's the area code up in Dallas, up in North Texas. We do have 2 Texas Card House locations in North Texas. One in the city of Dallas, one next door in the city of Irvin. And let's see if the Cajun Asian goes with his gut shot here. And Cajun Asian does indeed go with his gut shot. He's going to need a jack or a 9. And there's the jack. So he is going to hit the jack. And David showing the 10s. And you can see he's already getting his reload out. David going to have to reload. I know it sounds like it's being results oriented, but I thought his raise was a little on the small side considering he was raising out of the small blind. Normally you want to size it up a little more since you're going to be playing the pot out of position. So Cajun Asian finally have something going his way, as now he is only down $97. And as I mentioned earlier, we are back streaming from the Rio Grande Valley. We are one of 6 Texas Card House locations located across the state of Texas. 2 in North Texas, talked about them earlier. 2 in East Texas. 1 in the city of Houston, or Houston if you're from New York. 1 north of Houston in the city of Spring. Then you have 1 in South Texas, that's us. And then you have 1 in Central Texas, TCH Social Austin. Baby Spider raising it up with the 9-6. And he gets an immediate call from Fletcher, who has the 9-8. There is or was a $10 butted straddle. David rebuying for 400 and puts on the 10 on the button. And once again, that is what the S means. So he's going to make the call with the best hand. And he's going to flop top pair. Fletcher with a gut shot. But Baby Spider's going to continue here, as he also flops a straight draw. Needed an 8 for a straight. Fletcher needing a 6 for a straight. No backdoor outs for Fletcher, but he still makes the call as David with top pair. Let's see what he does here. Kind of like a raise, the $40. No, he just makes the call in position. Yeah, so it was 30, it was 90. So there was about $100, just under $100. Baby Spider picking up a flush draw and a double gut shot. So pretty much the best card for Baby Spider to pick out without hitting his straight. So he bet with a gut shot. Now he has a double gut shot with a flush draw. And he is going to continue here, as this will probably get Fletcher to fold. I don't know what David's going to do here with top pair. Keep in mind, this is David's second buy-in. So sometimes the players will be a little tighter on their second buy-in. Sometimes it'll be a little looser. Let us see what David's going to do here with top pair. He's going to make the fold. Baby Spider going to get it through. Had the worst hand pre-flop. And wins with the worst hand on the turn by betting his opponent out. So Baby Spider trying to make the Jets shirt work for him tonight. $6 button straddle from Vagabond. Actions on Matt. He makes the quick fold. Rigo does the same. And Baby Spider going to be raising it up with the King 10. So he played the 9-6. Was able to outmaneuver his opponent, get him to win. So gave him some confidence to raise the next hand with the King 10. But Fletcher is going to immediately 3-bet him with the Jack 10. And Cho going to be making the call here. Both players hitting a jack. There is an ace on the board, though. Fletcher moving all in. Immediate call from Cho. And a 4 will get him to chop. Fletcher's 10 kicker playing right now. And he's basically going to be winning 80% of the time here as the cards lie. So 4 outs. One of those outs is for a chop. The 10 kicker still playing. And the 10 kicker will play here. Fletcher's 10. So Fletcher with the double up. Looks like we're up to about 44 viewers on the YouTube channel. Three players in the green, everybody else in the red. Both Fletcher and the Cajun Nation making a comeback as they were both down over 300 before. So Fletcher with the 9-4, he does like to see a lot of flops, but even 9-4s not good enough as the Cajun Asian has the dead man's hand, and it looks like he's going to put on an $18 raise. The ace is a 1, the 8, so he essentially has 18 in his hand. Vagabond going to be calling with the suited king, and 2 players calling with the queen. Cajun Asian flopping trips. That's the good news. The bad news is nobody really has anything to call him with. Let's see if he puts out a small continuation bet here. And he is. His patent pending $3 bet. So I will give him credit. He does balance himself. When he has a weak hand, when he has a good hand, he will bet the minimum. So he does bet the minimum here, $3. Vagabond calls, drawing dead. Actually, he could go runner straight, queen 10. 2% of the time it's going to happen. And now 7% of the time it's going to happen as Vagabond picking up queens for a straight. You can see 2 of the queens have been folded on your upper left-hand corner, so 2 of them are in gray. Cajun Asian with a $3 bet again. And Vagabond picking up some outs. Going to be putting on the raise. And let's see what Cajun Asian does here. He's calling for sure. Does he min race? Or does he put on a big race? Cajun Asian just making the call as Vagabond going to need to hit a queen. Vagabond does not hit a queen. I do like a check here from the Cajun Asian or a $3 bet. He bets $4. He sized it up, folks, to $4. And Vagabond just wants to see what the Cajun Asian is up to. And he will fold immediately.
How you know, guys? When he bets anywhere from $3 to $5, he has it. He's inducing action. He wants you to raise them.
So Cajun Asian now in the green after winning that hand.
I know, right? It's like you don't want to get paid.
Both RGV Striker and Vagabond pretty much started off in the green as RGV Striker won the first two hands, and then Vagabond winning the third hand on a three-way all-in. Aces versus King Jack versus fours. He spiked a 4 on the river. AC Deucey for Fletcher. Does he come in for a raise? And looks like he's just going to limp. Oh, Cajun Asian with the kings. He's only going to raise it to 16 and gets 2 immediate calls to his left. Fletcher asking for how much the raise amount is. Thinking about putting on the 3-bet. Cajun Asian cannot be too happy here with the kings as he's going to be going 5 ways to a flop. Vagabond called with the king 8 last time, has the king 8 once again. Queen high flop, open-ended for David. And what does Cajun Asian do? $3 bet. It is a multi-way pot. Now Cajun Asian is going to check. David will take the free card. And it goes check around here. And there's the ace. So Fletcher hitting the ace, $84 in the pot. And he's going to be betting $10, 15. Cajun Asian making the call. David with the open ender does the same. Vagabond should be getting rid of the king 8 and does. So Cajun Asian going to need a king. David going to need an 8 or a 3. Fletcher winding up with the best hand here. And he's going to take a page out of the Cajun Asian's playbook and bet $3 with his ace. Cajun Asian making the call. And Fletcher announcing an ace.
Got him. Got him.
So there are 2 overhead microphones. Basically on each side of this overhead camera there are some microphones. So I'm normally able to hear the players' conversation, and you'll be able to hear it too if the players get a little loud. And I think that's going to be happening here. The players are going to be getting a little bit louder, I believe. At Playground Sports Cards, watching from Edinburg, Texas, as we do have a Mistio course, Edinburg, Texas, part of the Rio Grande Valley, and also home to the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. The Rio Grande Valley area in South Texas, 3 hours directly south of San Antonio. Population probably about 1.5 million. There is no huge city, but there are a lot of smaller cities and bigger towns that make up the area. The biggest city being Brownsville, Texas. Of course, that's home to SpaceX. It's actually no longer home to SpaceX. I don't know when it becomes official yet. Chow with Jacks again. Worked out well for him last time. Brownsville, probably just under 200,000 people. Then you have the city of McAllen, which is right next to the city of Edinburg, and they probably have about 150, 160. City of Edinburg, just over 100,000. City of Edinburg, also home to a branch of the University of Texas. UT RGV, the Vaqueros. As Baby Spider has a gut shot, needing a 9. Let's see if he tries to bluff out his opponent. So Chow pretty much has to go with his hand here, and he is going to go with his hand. And Baby Spider is priced in. You can see he doesn't want to call, but he's going to have to call based upon the bet size, and it's going to be about another $70 or $80 for him to call. Doesn't want to call, getting too good of a price. Oh, he makes the fold. And he's going to show the jacks. I thought he bet too much to fold, in my opinion. But in his opinion, he knew his opponent had a pair. His opponent didn't have the king, but his opponent had jacks. So a jack would have been no good for him. A 10 would have been no good for him. Just the 9. So Baby Spider getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And that's going to take him down to over $300. Got a double straddle here. $6 under the gun. $12 with the re-straddle.
Hey, shall we play when it gets to Levi, the small play game?
Yeah, so double straddle here from David, putting on the $12. Vagabond with the king queen. It's a nice hand, but under the gun it could be kind of tricky, especially in a straddle pot. But he's going to make the call. And it's going to fold around to the small blind. Cho making the call. Or did he fold? No, Cho folded. And RGV Striker making the call. Cajun Asian with the best hand has the ace. Another $6 for him. He'll make the call, and we will go 4 ways to a $49 pot as we see a 9 on the flop. David with top pair here. Action is on David. Has top pair, puts out $26. Vagabond with the 2 overcards making the call. RGV Striker with the gut shot does the same. And now we're going 3 ways to a turn as Vagabond hits a king. So Vagabond speculating pre-flop, speculating on the flop, and striking some oil on the turn as he does hit top pair. And looks like Baby Spider's going to be adding on. You can see he let the dealer know, and the dealer will let the production crew know. And David's going to have to hit a jack or a 9. Any 7 makes a straight. It might slow the action down here. Action is on David. Over $200 in the pot. David with just over $200 in the stack. Pretty much a check or... Oh, he's betting half his stack here. And he gets snapped off. Vagabond snapping him off. I was about to say, there's really only 2 bets he can do. He could either check or he can go all in. David choosing to bet half his stack. And Vagabond with the top pair making the quick call. It looks like David's going to be adding on.
I had you on the flop. I had a 9. But I tried to make it seem like I had a straight. Barrows! Maria!
So we have 2 players adding on. Both David and Baby Spider. So Baby Spider in for over 1,100. David double straddle last hand. He's going to put on the regular straddle this hand under the gun. So something that seems kind of simple, but something you should keep in mind, just because a player has a lot of chips in front of them, that doesn't mean that they're winning. And that goes for poker or any of the casino games. I've seen it a lot of times where somebody's walking by a table and they see somebody with a big stack and they just assume the player should be winning. So a lot of times they'll sit down because they feel that the table's good, and that is not always the case. Open ender for Fletcher, over pair for Rigo, and Rigo going to be putting out a mixture of green and red chips. Looks like 45. Fletcher going to be calling at least, might be raising. Joe going to be making the call here with ace high. See what Fletcher does. Call him for sure, might be raising. Just announced his call. Vagabond with the 6, getting a really good price here, closing off the action. Doesn't have any backdoor flush draws. That's the only bad thing about his hand. But he does have top pair here, getting a really good price. 45 into 265. And yes, indeed, he does make the call as we will go 4 ways to the turn. An overcard coming to the pocket pair of Rigo. Let's see if Rigo slows down. Rigo thought his 8s were good. He bet, and 3 players call him. So now he's second guessing. And this might let Fletcher. Oh, it's going to be Cho making the bet. I was going to say this might get Fletcher to steal the pot. Another small bet here, 60 into 430. Vagabond done with his hand. Rigo not, as now we are going 3 ways to the river. El Rio. And it's going to be the queen, so Rigo's going to wind up with the best hand. And Fletcher, let's see if Fletcher pulls the trigger. Fletcher's going to have to bet. I think Fletcher's going to have to bet it all here. He's going to have to bet at least 200, but I do like an all-in here. He bets 150. Zamora in the background. That's what he does. So Zamora there in the black hoodie. If you play in any of our tournaments, Zamora is always playing in the tournaments. And he's going to get the best hand to fold. Oh, Cho makes the call with ace. No, he has a 6. Excuse me, he has a 6. He has a 6, and Rigo's going to see he would have won, and he gets up in disgust. Thought he just called him with ace high.
Good job.
So Rigo not happy.
I don't trust my read. I get mad at myself for not trusting my brain about another player.
Rigo said he would have called if it wasn't for the other player in the hand.
Hey,
One of the reasons why multi-way pots are a little bit harder to navigate.
everybody down? Everybody else doing okay?
Yeah, we do have a tournament coming up this week. Jose reminded people about the bankroll builder. I actually want a free ticket to play in that. I don't know if we have the information in the banners here, since this is our first time streaming in a couple of weeks. I do not think we have it, but I can go to TexasCardHouse.com, pull up the information for you folks. Vagabond with the pocket tens under the gun. So being a little trappy with this hand. Saw him do this earlier with ace queen just calling in early position. And now he has the tens just calling in early position. Hoping somebody raises. Ooh, David R with the ace king. And David going on, raising to 43. Vagabond should be putting on the 4-bet here, but he just makes the call. Really small size in here from David, as Fletcher made it 15, and David makes it 43. Fletcher with the 6 high. So Fletcher hit in a 6. He was your pre-flop raiser. He raised it up to 15. And he announces all in. Is Vagabond going to be able to make the call here with the 10s? Cajun Asian with a gut shot. Does have backdoor diamonds as well, but he cannot call here with 8 high. Vagabond can call with the 10s, but he does not. So Fletcher showing the 6-3. All right, we do have a dealer change. So exactly 1 hour into tonight's stream, we're going to be getting a dealer change here. I believe it's going to be Enrique.
Hey, Matt, what do you have? I probably would have called it. Oh. How did you have 10? You had 10. What did you have? Who the fuck has 10?
So dealer change 1 hour into tonight's stream. We still have another 3 hours to go. There are 2 dealers for the stream. They each deal a 1 hour down and switch out as we have a $10 straddle.
I know 10's voted. I know it's doesn't matter who had it. Yeah, you won. Shut up. I just wanted to hear it. Say it again.
Yeah, so Cajun Asian putting on the $10 on the button. Action's going to be on David. Excuse me. The dealer announced the straddle, but the dealer did not realize that they were playing the small blind game. So they started the small blind game last hand. So it is not a straddle. It is the small blind game, and if you are not familiar with the small blind game, we will break it down for you after this hand, as we do have Baby Spider raising it up to 20, picking up calls from 3 players. And we will be going 4 ways to a 9 times 9, $81 pot. And it's going to be 9 high. Baby Spider had the best hand, or flopped the best hand. He was your pre-flop raiser. And he's going to continue on here for $60. Second pair for Cho. He makes the call. And let's see if Vagabond makes the call. He does not. So heads up to the turn we go. And now that's going to be trip 9 for Baby Spider. Does he slow down here? Because the pot is over $200 now. And he is going to put out a pretty big bet here. Betting $150 into the $200 pot. It's actually a bad turn for Cho, as the chances of his opponent having a 9 are now not as great. So he's going to be calling here, drawn dead. And I think Baby Spider's going to bomb it here. I think Baby Spider's going to put out a big bet here, making it seem like he missed the flush draw or straight draw. You can see him starting to cut out the greens. And here comes the big bet. Looks like it's going to be 420. And he is asking to confirm it is 420. Now, Baby Spider got caught bluffing before, and Cho was the one that caught him bluffing. So I'm sure that is in the back of his mind. Thank you, birthday girl. He might call him here, and I wouldn't blame him. He does make the call. Baby Spider is going to show him the 9. And he will get paid off. So Baby Spider tried to bluff Cho earlier and got caught. And he put out a big bet on the river here, making it seem like another bluff, but this time he had it. Yeah, so Bankroll Builder begins on Monday, Memorial Day.
Oh, he really got out of work.
So if you are down here in South Texas, we do have a tournament coming up next week called the Bankroll Builder. Want to build up that bankroll for the WSOP as the World Series of Poker. Going to be started next week as well. It is a guaranteed prize pool of $25K. There will be 2 flights every day until Sunday. There will be 1 turbo flight on Sunday. Matt with the 10s, making it 68. So there will be 2 flights every day beginning on Monday. 1 at 1 p.m., 1 at 6 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then Sunday's your final day to qualify. There will be 1 last turbo flight taking place at 12 noon. Day 2 will be on that same day on Sunday, June the 1st. Final table will be streamed on Monday. $6 live straddle. Hey, there's the VPIP. Cho's first time playing on the stream, leading the way in that. playing about 2/3 of the hands. And he's going to be playing this hand. Fletcher putting on the raise with the ace queen. And Fletcher does have a reputation, so I'm sure he's going to pick up a lot of calls here, as the Cajun Nation does call with the best hand, the pocket fours. A little surprised that Vagabond folded his ace. Rigo should be putting on the 4-bet here, but he just makes the call. I'm a little surprised. Rigo knows that Fletcher has a reputation. I'm a little surprised that he did not put on the 4-bet there. And Rigo going to be hitting the king. Fletcher, your pre-flop raiser, going to put on the continuation bet. Cajun Nation might call this continuation bet with the pocket fours. Rigo should be raising here. I thought he should have raised pre-flop with the ace-king. He did not. I think he should be raising here. And looks like he does take my advice this time. Everybody's an expert when you can see the cards.
Man, 20 bucks too much. Why so much? Why so much?
So Fletcher getting out of the way should be an easy fold for the Cajun Nation as well. And yes, indeed, he does make the fold. So Rigo does show the ace-king. And as I said, Bankroll Builder begins next week. 2 flights every day beginning on Monday. 1 at 1 p.m., 1 at 6 p.m. And then 1 final turbo flight on Sunday, June the 1st. And final table will be streamed. A lot of cool bonuses. Perhaps the best bonus. Check this out for all you early birds. The early bird gets the warm. All early birds are entered into a draw-on. One player will advance to day 2 with a 100K stack. How do you like that? So really cool bonus that the Texas Card House is doing. So all you got to do is play in a tournament and show up on time, and you will get a bonus. There's also a bonus for the first player to triple bag, and you are allowed to take your top 2 bags onto day 2. 12.5% get paid, 8% advance. Bankroll Builder next week, Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. RGV Striker with the Apple Jacks, raising it up to 40. Vagabond going to be calling with the suited queen. Rigo does the same. He has the suited queen. And Joe with the ace rag. He did straddle. He defends his straddle. And everybody misses. RGV Striker has a gut shot. And it looks like he's going to put out a bet. Putting out $60. Maybe Spider leaving? Or is, no, he's getting green chips. I think he's getting green chips. So RGV Striker able to take it down with the continuation bet. It's hard to make a pair. And there's a green chip on the button. Part of the small blind game, forgot to mention the small blind game. Started talking about the Bankroll Builder. Small blind game is every time a player is on the button, they add $5 to the button. That is not a straddle. That is not a tip. That is for the small blind game. So I believe Rigo should be adding $5 there. There's the $5 right on cue. So if the small blind wins the pot, then they win the bonus. So it really gives the small blind incentives to open up their range in the worst position. So basic math, 9 players at the table. Everybody, before the cards are dealt, have a 1 in 9 chance of winning. But of course, that's not the way it works in real life, as a player on the button is going to be a lot more likely to win the hand than a player on the small blind. So small blind, worst position. If they decide to mix things up and get lucky, then they will get the small blind bonus. Oh, Baby Spider with the aces. Joe with the 5-3. Oh, he came to gamble tonight. Lost the big pot to Baby Spider, and he's trying to get involved here with the 5 high. Fletcher going to be making the call here, too, with the Queen 6. And I think this is going to price Vagabond in. No, it does not. So 3 ways to a flop we go. Baby Spider, the second time he has aces tonight. Vagabond would have flopped open-ender with the 7-8. Pretty good flop there for Baby Spider. And he's going to check. I do like the check. Oh. Let's see. No, you got to bet here. You got to bet here. Oh, no, he checks. And he does get somebody to bite. Really small bet here from Cho. Min raise, maybe? Doesn't want to lose his opponent. At first, he didn't want his opponent to have a 9. Now he wants his opponent to have a 9. He's trying to figure out whether or not to raise or just call. And he's going to settle on a raise. And that should get the job done. As Cho only has 5 high here. Doesn't have a straight draw. Drawing dead. And he's going to let it go. He needs to show, I believe, for the small blind game. So in general, the rule is you do have to show for the small blind game in general. I think he just showed 1 card. Let's see if he does win the small blind game. In general, obviously the players make the rules, but in general you have to show. Yeah, so he did win.
I was at Border Watch. I'm not sure what I don't want to say, but it was like that. He was complaining. Setup. They finally gave him a setup. The first hand, he gets kings. I mean, I'm not saying it because he's really sneaky. But first time he gets kings, he goes up against aces and he uses all his stuff. And everybody was making fun of him on the table. I want him to win the 5. So that's why I never complain about a setup. Yeah.
So David telling a story at the table, a player asking for a setup. He was playing at a casino and a player kept asking for a setup. A setup, if you don't know what a setup is they essentially bring out new cards. So player was asking about a setup. In general, the casino doesn't like to do a setup. Oh, we got Cho going all in here. And Fletcher calling him with the 3 high. Fletcher calling him with the 3 high. Cajun Asian with $702 in the stack. Of course, that's the area code for Las Vegas. And he might call here, closing off the action. He does indeed make the call. So you can see Fletcher in pretty bad shape here with the 3 deuce. The Dirty Diaper, or if you play in Reno, it's known as the Skinny in Reno.
You got side action. Turn the TV up, turn the TV up. Heads up on the side. Turn the TV up, turn the TV up.
Oh, Cajun Asian hidden trips. I think he's going to put out a $3 bet. No, Fletcher moves all in. Fletcher moves all in. The Cajun Asian asking for a count. So Fletcher said that he had a 10, but we know he does not.
He has a 10 over here. John Gray has a 10.
No more action.
Joe not drawn dead. Does pick up diamonds. And he hits his diamonds.
Oh, let's go! Let's go, baby! Let's
Oh,
go,
and Fletcher
baby.
hits his straight.
Let's go. Let's
Fletcher hits his straight.
Let's go, baby! Come
No?
on with it. Come on.
No, he doesn't hit a straight. Yes, yes, yes. That queen is a 4. The queen is a 4. So the card reader picked something up wrong. The turn was a 4. Fletcher does have a straight. So Cajun Asian flopping trips for the second time tonight. And for the second time tonight, losing on the river. So the turn is the 4 of diamonds. The main pot will go to Cho. The main pot will go to Cho. The side pot will go to Fletcher, as Fletcher does have a straight. So Cajun Asian, the third hand of the stream, had King Jack. Flop came a Jack Jack 3, I think.
Hey, that was a good hand.
Oh, and Cho winning the $5 small blind game. And he'll put the $5 back on to restart the game. As Fletcher also winning. So crazy hand there. Cajun Asian flops trips and loses to not one player, but 2 players. The last time he flopped trips against aces and 4s, and 1 player rivered him. But this time, both players river him. Once again, that queen is a 4 of diamonds. So Fletcher does have a straight. Cho has so the production crew asking how much is in Fletcher's stack, because the action tracker awarded the pot to the wrong person. So they will get the correct number on how much Fletcher has. That way we're able to keep track of everything properly. And so apparently a baby spider was in Florida playing on a live stream over there. Is it Florida or is it Flow Rider?
For some reason, I'm always lucky with the dirty stack. I always have like a green or black.
Yeah, Baby Spider has been on the most streams outside of the Valley. He's made a couple of final tables in the Austin area, as 2 of his brothers live in the Austin area. And depending on how fast you drive, we're about 4 hours, 20 minutes to 5 hours. And how fast you drive, how often you stop, all that good stuff. So Vagabond getting tricky again, just calls the $10 straddle. And Cho is going to raise it up, and Fletcher going to put on the 3-bet with the jacks. And we got ourselves another, we're going to have ourselves another multi-way pot here. Vagabond looking totally uninterested. Doesn't want to give off any tells, as David has 7 here. And Fletcher put it on the 3-bet. The table just saw Fletcher go all in with 3 high. Oh, David's going to rip it. And Vagabond slides out a stack of greens. Cho should be able to get away from these 4s, but he is stuck for the game. So let's see if he wants to gamble here. I know somebody folded a 7.
Hey, wait, if he hasn't called me, he's doing good, man. He's doing real good.
So we're going to have ourselves another multi-way all-in pot
Or he would be like, hey, wait, like,
as we are 4 ways.
keep them busy, shit like that.
So 4-way all-in, basically half the table here as we're playing 9-handed.
Cuando llegó conmigo, güey, el QC que yo tenía lo conocía. And he's like, hey, güey,
So we'll see if Fletcher or Cho is able to hit a jack or a 4. I do think the 7s have been folded. I think David's going to have to hit a straight if he wants to win this hand. But Vagabond in good shape. Cracked aces earlier with the pocket 4s. Now he has the kings. And he is up against pocket 4s.
y el you know, güey, you can tell he's been a supervisor. Like,
Eliano ocupa, I've never worked with him, pero I've worked with him. Elian, güey, I'm pretty sure he's a good hand, pero ocupa tiempo, güey, to get the courage to talk to everybody. You know how that goes.
So 4-way all-in. $1,789 in the middle. The Kings at 54%. Everybody all in except Vagabond, and Vagabond has the best hand as the dealer is making the side pots. Fletcher is in the small blind, so if he wins this pot, he'll win the extra $5 that's on the button. Fletcher? No, it's Cho that has diamonds. Everybody else with hearts and clubs. Hearts, clubs, and spades. Cho, the only one with diamonds. Not a big deal right now, but if 4 diamonds show up.
Where am I at?
You're in the middle?
I'm not here right now. Yeah, I'm not here.
You're here, Fletcher? And
So making sure all the side pots are correct, as we do have 3 players all in. Oh, and there's the jack. Fletcher hitting the jack. And
oh, boat, baby. Let's go. Turn this TV off. Turn this TV off.
so Fletcher winning the huge pot. And he's been in the red pretty much the whole stream. And he is going to be in the green now. And he has shown the table the $5 that he won from the small blind game. So Fletcher hitting the jack. Oh, so Fletcher is now your leader, going from one extreme to the other, as he is up $1,000 now. RGV striker up 660, and it is David down 1,200. Got a double straddle. I believe Vagabond making it $12. Yes, indeed, he does make it $12. And it is going to be a misdeal. So Fletcher with the huge pot. Never finished telling the story about the setup. David said he was playing at a casino. A player kept, as they say in Spanish, kept chingando. That he wanted a setup. And in general, the casino doesn't do a setup unless if a card is like marked or bent or something like that. And even then, they'll just replace that card. But this player The reason why I was asking for a setup is the reason why he got the karma that he got is because he was card dead. And it happens. You get card dead. Everybody gets card dead. So instead of changing tables or instead of playing different, this player decided to ask for a setup. He finally got his setup. First hand after the setup, he gets kings. Somebody else gets aces, and he loses all his chips. In my opinion, that story had a happy ending. It's one of the things that bothers me at the poker table when a player either asks for a setup or they ask the dealer to wash the deck. What are your thoughts on players asking for setups? In general, no? Yeah. Yeah. So the general manager popping into my booth. So I was asking him and he says, yeah, in general, no. Oh, Vagabond all in here with the pocket, with the king. One flop too late. But pretty much you are going to be card dead. And like I said, you can change seats. You can change tables, but some players like to ask the dealers to wash the deck or ask for a setup. And what that does is it slows down the game. And here at the Texas Card House, since there is no rake, so a normal casino is going to have a rake where they will take out a certain amount of chips from the pot. But these players are paying by time. And of course, the more hands you see, that helps out you since you're paying for time. And it also helps out the dealers. Because the more hands they deal, the more tips they get. Baby Spider with the King Jack off, raising it up to, oh, Fletcher with the jacks. Fletcher with the jacks. And Fletcher going to be raising it up here. Takes it up to 120. So something that I've talked about before, and it's pretty much one of those universal tells, is that when a player uses their big denomination chips to bet or to raise, that's normally a pretty big sign that they have a good hand. So you can see Fletcher had all the red chips in front. As a matter of fact, his stack is wrong. Let's see if the dealer lets him know about the stack. The big chips have to be in front. You can see he does have some stacks of greens in the back. But in general, when a player uses their bigger chips, their bigger denomination chips, normally they have it. And of course, there is also the reverse tell. You can, but in general, just like in general, when you see a player at the table eating and they stop eating to play a hand, normally they have a very good hand.
Hey, hold on. What are you doing? Good. Well, I mean, I have bet. It's the dealer's fault. Honestly, it's not my fault.
Talking about the bankroll builder earlier, which starts next week. It is the entry fee is, I believe it's $125.
I wouldn't want to get busted with it. It's in
Doesn't say how much. All right, so the dealer letting Fletcher know about his chips.
She came to give me the card, and then that's what.
Pretty sure it's $125 to buy in. Early bird not only gets entered into the draw, they get 10K early bird bonus and chips.
That's if I lose it. It's not
Yes, buy-in is 125. Starting stack is 20K. So if you show up on time, you get a 50% boost to your chips, and you get entered into a drawing where one player will automatically advance to day 2 with a 100K stack. Players watching the Pacers-Knicks game. Looks like the Pacers are winning right now. Crazy ending to game 1, which I'm sure you already know about. The Knicks blowing a 14-point lead in the last 5 minutes? It's 14 or 19. It was a ridiculous amount. All diamonds as Baby Spider flops top pair. Cajun Asian does have a diamond, but it is just the 5. Baby Spider going to be putting out the $25 bet. And that looks like it's going to get the job done. No, Cajun Asian not letting his 5 go. Cajun Asian holding on with his 5 of diamonds here, hoping he'll get to see a turn for free. But Baby Spider's just going to put them all in. So the opposite of free. Got to put out all your chips if you want to see it. So Fletcher up 1,100, RGV Striker up 650. Baby Spider, even though he has that Jets shirt on, he's making it work for him thus far as he's up 530. Vagabond up 112, and Matt, who's been fairly quiet, did make a nice bluff earlier with his 6 high on the river. He's up $59. Everybody in the red. David the Reddest, as he's down over 1,000 in this 1-3 game from the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. Fletcher with the 6-4. He will make the call, as I believe there is a double straddle. Yeah, Regal there in seat 5, $6 under the gun straddle. Baby Spider put on the double straddle to 12. And everybody just making the call with the $12. Baby Spider with the jack high will check his option, and we will go 4 ways to a flop. Baby Spider with the best hand right now, jack high. But it is Cajun Asian with the best equity, and he's going to realize that equity right away as he does flop a flush draw. And he's going to bet. Quick call from David, who does have the best hand right now. Open-ender for Fletcher. And let's see if this slows down the action. Cajun Asian betting his flush draw, picking up 2 callers, but he's going to continue on here. That's going to get David to fold. And now Fletcher with the open-ender. Thinking about calling. Hit a straight on the Cajun Asian earlier with the 3 deuce. $70. He does make the call. Oh, and they both hit their hand. Oh, Fletcher announces all in. Cajun Nation makes the call, and Fletcher's going to take a hit to his stack. What an action card on the river, Yahtzee, as the 8 completes the straight for Fletcher and the flush for the Cajun Asian. I thought somebody had a straight flush because we have all the cards for the straight flush. As Fletcher had the 6 of diamonds and the Cajun Asian had the 9 of diamonds.
I really thought that 8 helped me.
It did.
Oh, Now you're funny? Huh? So, I should have won? Oh, I did.
Yeah, so small blind game is on. That is what the $20 on top of the button is.
How much you have behind, bro?
Make sure you do hit that like button. It really helps out with the algorithm. So $20 on the button, part of the small blind game. There's a $6 live straddle from Baby Spider. So action's going to be on seat 7, the Psycho Bunny. And he does call with the ace-8. Fletcher makes the quick call as well. RGV Striker gets rid of his hand. Cajun Asian with the 6 deuce. We'll get rid of that. David does the same. Vagabond, 7 deuce. It is suited. It's $6 for him to call. And he does make the call. Matt gets rid of his queen 5. And here comes Zamora sneaking up again.
I thought I straddled fucking 25. That's all right.
You're like, I'm fucked up.
6 checks.
Hey, round 3 or yeah, let's go. All right, there we go.
5 ways to a flop we go. It is 8 high. So real nice flop for Joe. Top pair with the ace of hearts. And he's going to bet right at half pot, $16 into $31.
Shut the fuck up, you're fucking over there drinking.
Gut shot for Fletcher, needing a deuce. He might peel a card. Rigo with middle pair. He is going to call. And now we are going 3 ways to the turn. Fletcher needing a deuce. Instead, it's a heart. So Cho, top pair with the nut flush draw. And he's going to size it up now. Looks like 30. It is 40. Fletcher calling with his gut shot. Rigo going to be getting out of the way. Rigo going to be getting out of the way. Rigoberto. Will finally fold. And Fletcher has 2 deuces he can hit. Oh, Rigo would have got there with the 4. Makes the right fold, gets punished right away. Goes check, check on the river. Actually, a $100 bet from Cho on the river. $100 bet from Cho on the river. Small blind game should be up to like $25, $30. Somebody mentioned that Baby Spider was on a Florida stream. Might have been best bet. It's actually not. It's actually pretty easy to get to the best bet from here, as the local airport in McAllen, airport code MFE, flies into Northeast Florida, basically a little bit outside of Orlando, on your way to Daytona. They have a airport there, Sanford Airport, airport code SFB. So a Legionnaire, that is one of their bases. Oh, Kings for Rigo. So they offer direct flights on a Legionnaire. And from there you fly in, and it's less than a 2-hour drive to Jacksonville because you're already on the northeast side, Florida. So you'll go up I-4 until you get to the Daytona area, then hang a left and go up to Jacksonville. Probably just under a 2-hour drive. I've actually made the drive before. There's a Buc-ee's south of Jacksonville in St. Augustine, Florida. St. Augustine, known as the first settlement, the oldest city in the United States. That's where the Buc-ee's is. So Rigo raising it to 45, and he picks up 4 callers. It's not a great flop, although he still has the best hand, but pretty scary flop. He's still going to bet here. Looks like he bets 50. So open-ender for Cho with the 8-4, and middle pair with a gut shot for Matt. So 3 ways to the turn we go.
Heads up.
Ooh, the Jack-9 folded. That's surprising. Cho still open-ended. Regal's going to check to him. Pot control. Looks like he checks again. And there's the straight for Cho. And Regal going to check if he has a spade. Cho should be putting out a bet here. Has Zamora in the background watches on. I think every poker room has one of those lurkers. Zamora's a lurker. Regal gonna call, get in a really good price, and he's gonna see the 8-4 offsuit is gonna crack his kings. I know the Windstar used to have a lurker. I'm pretty sure his name was Brian. Like, if you ever played at the Windstar or you're from the North Texas area, you'll know he was just always in the poker room, never playing, just like basically talking to players while they were in the hands or standing over players. But like I said, it's like every card room or casino has that one guy. And at this place, it is Zamora. Zamora shows up, and that is one of the reasons why when you look at your cards, you want to kind of peek at your cards. You don't want to show your cards where somebody behind you can see. Suited ace for Vagabond, and he's going to take it up to 60. That is a 3-bet, as Fletcher did raise with the 6-3, the natural 9. Fletcher making the call. And Fletcher flopping open-ended. Vagabond flopping top pair. Might see ourselves a big pot here. Did Fletcher announce all in? No, Fletcher checked. Vagabond goes all in. And Fletcher snap calls. Fletcher only goes one time as well. Oh, a diamond for fun. Yes, indeed, a diamond for fun. Vagabond does have one of Fletcher's outs in the 7. And the 7 of diamonds has been folded. 2 deuces have been folded as well. So Fletcher with 4 immediate outs. And that's not one of them. Fletcher going to need a hit. And he's going to miss. So Vagabond, who got his kings cracked earlier by Fletcher's jacks, will exact a little revenge here and win with his ace-7. Somebody says I'll be lurking all the time. Not like Zamora. Zamora will literally stand behind players. Zamora's an action junkie. So that is how he gets his little action, is he kind of plays along with the players. Lake Charles also has a lot of lurkers, but out in the pit. They'll be at the craps table and try to get a lucky chip from you if you make a good roll.
Hey, go back to my first 2 live streams. Against this motherfucker, dude. King versus Jack. This guy got him. He didn't just fucking flop fucking a set of jacks, wait. He flopped fucking quad.
Oh, he be doing that shit. Look at him, and then
Nigga,
you
should
beat
know
him,
better,
and
man.
he's like, you owe me.
You had more money.
You owe me. Hey, then you beat him, and he's like, you owe me. I'm gonna get you
Small
back.
blind game looks like it's up to 35.
35 times.
The small blind wins the pot, they win the bonus.
You got me 30 times.
I have not been able to beat
It
Jack.
looks like Matt is having a late dinner.
Oh, yeah, you had to keep that.
He probably calls it supper. Vagabond just winning the last hand, and now raising it up with the 10-7 offsuit. Rigo making the call with the 10-7, and Fletcher will defend his big blind. No, Fletcher folds. So both players with the 10-7, and there's the 10. Rigo with the free row as he does have a diamond.
And the very next day, it's a 6-handed. I want to play 6-handed.
Vagabond puts out the continuation bet. Quick call from Rigo. You call with 10-7 and you hit a 10, you're probably calling a bet.
You guys gotta tell me, wait, you guys are my eyes and ears.
Deuce on the turn. Vagabond slowing down. Rigo gonna put on some pressure here. Gonna be hard for Vagabond to call with just the 10. And Rigo gonna pick up the pot. Cho will be adding $5 to the button as part of the small blind game. We do have a live straddle, $6.
I get pocket aces.
Oh, we have a $24 triple straddle. The re-straddle, the re-re. $6 under the gun, $12 under the gun plus 1, and $24 from Vagabond. Matt has been kind of card dead, and now he has jacks, and he just makes the call. Goes back to his meal. Fletcher confirming that it is a triple straddle, and Fletcher might be thinking about raising here, and he does. I like a back raise here from Matt. I don't know if he does or will, as he is busy eating, but I do like a back raise here. The 4-bet. Especially with David calling. All the jacks are gone.
You just saw your cards, or you had already seen them?
Matt should just go all in here. There's already $257 in the pot. And he does just that. Oh, it's actually 500. Fletcher makes the call. Like I said, I just talked about this. One of those basic tells. If somebody's eating and they stop eating to play a hand, they normally haven't. So Matt just calling under the gun with his jacks and now going all in. And Fletcher going to need to hit a king. David's coming along as well, as he is stuck in this game, trying to get unstuck. So David's going to have to get really, really lucky here, hitting a couple of nines or perhaps hitting a straight. But we can see all the jacks are accounted for. And the dealer will get all of the pot correct. So the dealer making sure all the pots are correct. Normally in the 4-hour stream, we'll get somewhere between 80 and 100 hands. I think we're going to be in the low 80s tonight. And the reason why is because there's been a lot of all-in, so it does take time to get all the pots correct. As Fletcher only goes once. So one time we go. Matt in really good shape here. David going to have to get really lucky. Fletcher can hit a king or can hit hearts. So 134 on the side. Fletcher will match that up. And here we go. Jack's still out in front. David's drawn dead. And the Jacks of Fletcher is going to win the $1,400 pot. And Matt's still eating. And looks like David going to be rebuying once again. Mama didn't raise a quitter. 460 he announces. Yeah, you can see David down 1,700. And Matt really hasn't played a lot of hands, but he is your new leader as he is up $908. Yeah, so the Pacers up by 8 points with 2 minutes to go on the basketball game. What a crazy game one. I'm sure you saw the highlights. Pacers were down big with 5 minutes to go. Made a comeback, and they actually thought that they won it in regulation as Halliburton with a long shot thought it was a three-pointer. It literally bounced on the back iron and went straight up and then bounced in. They credited him with a three-pointer. They reviewed it. It was a two-pointer, so then they went to overtime. And the Pacers pulling it out there. Oh, the Knicks down by 3 points now. So Knicks making a game of it. That was my childhood, the Knicks and the Pacers. Madison Square Garden versus Market Square Garden. Vagabond with the ace-queen. There was a $12 straddle. It looks like there's $50 on the button that is part of the small blind game. And Vagabond raises it $100 more. I like this raise amount. And you can see some water in the background. And Vagabond will take it down. Oh, the Stars also playing tonight, but the Stars are currently down 3-0. $6 live straddle. I'm guessing that it is Vagabond who put on the straddle.
I didn't see my hand, but I had kings and got chased down with 8-4 off the boot. I thought that was horrible.
So the players talking about how aces have gotten cracked and kings have gotten cracked twice. Regal one of the times, and he's telling the table about his bad beat. It's kind of crazy how all the poker rooms are the same and different at the same time. Walking through the halls at the World Series of Poker, that's all you hear is bad beats. Occasion Asian with the nines. Does he put on a big raise here? Small blind game is on, and there's at least $50.
He hit the jack
I
on
like
the
a big
turn.
raise here from the Cajun Asian.
Pocket 10,
No,
jack
hey,
10.
ain't none like the one.
He hit the jack on the turn.
Hold on. Hey, ain't none like the one we played.
Baby Spider raising it to 26. Fletcher putting on the 3-bet, and now the action's on the Cajun Asian, who just makes the call. It's going to be hard for him to maneuver here out of position, but he does take the conservative route, or route, depending on
What the pocket jack?
where you live. Is it Coke or is it Pop? Is it Caddy Corner or is it Kitty Corner? Is it Houston or is it Houston? A Baby Spider getting a good price. He makes the call, as does Cho. And we got ourselves a $315 pot. Cajun Asian hitting 9s. That's the good news. The bad news is his opponent has an open ender with a backdoor flush draw. I'm guessing we're going to see a check raise from the Cajun Asian here. Never folding a set. Oh, Cajun Asian leads out here. The donk bet. Oh, Nick's down 1 point now with 14 seconds to go. And now you just rip it. $565 in the pot, $434 in your stack. Should be ripping it here. And yes, indeed, he does rip it. And Baby Spider makes the fold. And he does show the 9s to win the small blind game, so he does win a little extra there. And he is up $99. Has $999 in his stack. He is in for $900, so he is profit $99.
Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't show his cards. Oh, yeah, you didn't win. Yeah. Put it back on the button. Yeah, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, he had 9. He had a set.
Oh, he did.
Set of 9.
Oh, I just saw him go.
You're never going to figure out which 55 it was. That's why I said that's a nasty. That's a. You had a flush draw. You can, somebody else could have flopped the freaking straight.
Oh, I didn't think he was. I thought it was the block. I thought.
No, when he showed it.
Okay.
So Cajun Asian winning the small blind game, restarting it with the $5 on the button. Action's going to be on Matt with the 5-3. He folds it. Suited King Jack for Rigo. Does he come in for a raise? Looks like he is just going to limp. Limping is pimping, they say. Looks like the Pacers are making their free throws. 4 seconds left in the game.
Jacks again.
And the Knicks down by 3 points.
I'm 300 behind.
Fletcher raising it up to 100 with the Jack 8 offsuit.
Crocker, oh, him. Ask Andre, he knows. Andre, how did we just...
6'4", 6'3", King Jack.
So Rigo
Oh, you too, partner?
I remember that.
with the best hand right now. Will Rigo play the hand?
I have a big hand. I have Jack.
Looks like Rigo announces all in. No, Rigo just called. Rigo just called.
I wish I had your hand. I wish I had your hand.
So both players with a jack in their hand. Rigo with the better kicker. But it is Fletcher flopping the straight.
Lady or spades? Give him the queen. Lady or spades?
So Fletcher going to come from behind and take all of Rigo's chips.
Okay, I'll play serious again. I'm not doing that no more.
He's like, I have a horrible hand. He's
I
like, I
have
have a
to
horrible
stop.
hand. That's a best hand. That's a better hand.
Buttons, right?
Look at the lady.
Barrels.
Hey, this guy's first time playing.
Barrels.
So Rigo going to be rebuying. Bought him for $500. He has lost that $500. The minimum buy-in is $300. Let's see how much he buys in for.
When I try to play stupid, I fucking still. I had the best hand. What the fuck?
Hey, that's like that. Jack Gates is what fucking Marty won.
Yeah, he's in for another 500.
Flop that fucking.
That was like a $4,000 pot, man, buddy. Jack 8, yeah.
He's going strong.
It was 500 pre-flops.
No.
That was against Chuck.
I don't know. I checked it with 9.
You weren't even in the hand.
And it looks like the Pacers are going to take game 2.
You wouldn't have won. You fucking.
Six on the button.
Jack 8 gets out of
$6 button straddle. Baby Spider raising it up with the Queen Jack offsuit.
That was for Marty. Marty, you're watching.
He is watching.
Fletcher said he played that hand for Marty, the Jack 8 hand. Marty sometimes plays on our stream, not here tonight. As Rigo takes care of his rebuy. Cajun Asian making the call with the pocket fours. David does the same as he did straddle. Pacers winning the game 2. 114 to 109.
5 players.
Ace high flop, Vagabond with the ace. Gut shot for Baby Spider. Vagabond going to be putting out a small bet here. 25 into 125. And Baby Spider, sensing some weakness here, going to put on a raise. Does have backdoor clubs. Of course, does have the gut shot. And we'll see what Vagabond does here. Vagabond does make the fold. Baby Spider taking it down. So Rigo going to be big blind. As we're on pace for, normally we get at least 80 hands in, and we're on pace to get at least 80 hands tonight as we're about 2 hours into the stream. 40 hands have been seen thus far.
Vegas. Vegas.
You're not straddling?
Yeah. You got 6 live. 6 live straddle.
$6 straddle. Don't know if it's on the button or under the gun. Looks like it's under the gun. Baby Spider with the $6. Wearing the bucket hat tonight. Have no problem with the bucket hat. I do have a problem with the shirt. Rigo with a small raise.
6 calls. 7 calls. No, my calls. 25 to play, Mario.
Mario, slowing down the race, partner.
Kind of a small raise for Rigo here, out of position, and you can see he's going to pick up 3 callers. $107 in the pot. And he's going to flop a flush draw. Should be continuing here. It looks like he is. Betting about a third of the pot, tray 5. That should get the job done.
Hey, you know what I noticed? Stand in their hand.
Shut up!
That Trump shit.
Yeah, we do have a player down 1,700 in a 1-3 game.
New dealer coming in, gentlemen.
And we do have a dealer change.
Jerry. Hello, Jerry. No? It's 9:30, bro. Isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. Well, actually, you might be right, though. The push is late. It's at the 30.
I've seen people down much more than this. This 1-3 game here at the Texas Card House, most Texas Card Houses, but especially here down in the Rio Grande Valley, basically plays like a 5-10 game in Vegas. You can see we do have stratos, we do have players splashing around. I'm pretty sure like the standard raise at the 5-10 game in Vegas is going to be like $25 or $30. That's pretty much the standard raise here in this 1-3 game. Of course, you got the stratos on top of that. I like to say pay no attention to the blinds.
Can we get another player in here or what?
Players giving RGV Striker a hard time as it has been a while since he's played a hand. RGV Striker winning the first 2 hands of the night and really hasn't played a big pot since. Fletcher raising it to 35. Oh, Cho with the aces and a small re-raise. Everybody's going to call him here. I just talked about this, how the initial raise here is like $30. And you see the initial raise here, $35. 3-bet from Cho. Rigo hitting a king, Fletcher hitting an 8, but it is Cho with the aces. And he's going to put out a continuation bet here, sizing it way down to 80, over $400 in the pot, and he bets 80. Fletcher going to be making the call with middle pair. Rigo with top pair. Should be calling at least. Might raise. Yeah, if Rigo raises here, he's going to get snapped off. It looks like Rigo. Yeah, Rigo does rip it here. I really don't blame him, as it was such a small bet on the flop. Well, it was a small 3-bet. And now a small bet, so he does not have his opponent on aces, obviously. But he's going to have to get lucky. Has no hearts either. And Fletcher might call here. The aces are obviously calling. But Fletcher might even call one in the gamble. Yeah, Cho announces all in. And what does Fletcher do? Fletcher with about 500 in his stack. This pot over 1,500 right now. Fletcher also has backdoor straight draws. That might get him to call the backdoor straight draws. He's really, really thinking about this. Fletcher's worried about that one of his opponents has a flush draw, so some of his outs aren't good, as the 10 of hearts will be no good. Well, Fletcher makes the fold, so you know an 8's going to show up. An 8 or a 10's going to show up now that Fletcher made the fold. So Rico going to need to hit a king or a 4. There are 4 of them available. And the aces are finally going to hold up, as Rigo just rebought. And Rigo going to say no mas. So Rigo down 1,000, and I don't think he's rebuying, but I do know we have a list. So it'll be a dead button, and you can see Rigo down 1,000, and he is done. David down 1,700, and Fletcher down 72. Everybody else in the green.
He's coming back.
No, Rigo said he's coming back. So I would imagine, well, he has to come back for at least 300, but his first buy-in was 500 and his rebuy was 500, so he's going to be in for at least 1,300 in this 1-3 game. We do stream every Wednesday night and every Friday night, although for the past couple of weeks, we have had some major camera issues and we haven't been able to stream. So pretty much the schedule for this channel, which is TCH Live Poker, you have the big game in Dallas, the big cash game in Dallas that streams on Tuesday. Then you have Austin, the weird game that streams, that streams on Wednesday. The city of Austin, they're saying, is keep Austin weird. So Austin, their streams are always different. Sometimes they have Hold'em, sometimes they have Omaha, sometimes they have Big O. And I know one other time, they were playing a deuce to 7 single draw, and this past Wednesday they had a ladies stream. So Austin always mixes it up. Normally on Tuesday nights on this channel, TCH Live Poker, you're going to have the big game from Dallas. It'll be like a 25-50 game. Then on Wednesdays, like I said, you never know what you're going to get with Austin. Some people love that, some people hate that. Ocho turning a flush draw to go with his straight draw. Fletcher with top pair. And then on Thursday nights, you have Houston, Texas Card House Houston streaming. And lately, Houston has been streaming their Omaha game. It's a 1-3-6 Omaha game, and if you've ever... Oh, there's the flush. So the card reader reading the ace of spades, but we saw it was the jack of clubs. Oh, Fletcher moves all in. And Chow Snap calls him. So Fletcher going to have to rebuy. And it looks like Rigo's back in for 500. Yeah, they haven't punched in Rigo's stack yet, but they should be punching it in right now. So we should see Fletcher also going to be rebuying. Yeah, Fletcher back for 300. That is the minimum. Going to try to spin it up. And we've seen it plenty of times before where he spins up that 300. Goes from 300 to 3,000. So they're going to punch in Fletcher's 300, and they're going to punch in Rigo's 500.
Well, look, if it's a playable hand, it's different. 8-4 offsuit is the fucking hideous hand.
Rigo's still on tilt from where his kings were cracked by the 8-4 offsuit earlier. There's Fletcher's 300. And they haven't punched in Rigo's amount yet.
We're waiting on you. You waited on him, now we're waiting on him.
More shots. David with the suited ace. Looks like he's raising it up to 25. No, raising it up to 30. Vagabond with the suited 7-4. Thinking about calling and does. Baby Spider Haven't seen his hand yet, but he is putting on the 3-bet. I'm guessing he has a pocket pair. Gonna say pocket queens? No, he has king queen. So Baby Spider really just playing the button here. Oh, Fletcher is all in. Now, is he all in or he just called? Yeah, so Fletcher calling half his stack here with 8 high. Oh, RGV Striker making the call as well with the Queen 10 offsuit. Vagabond closing off the action here. It's another 120 for him to call. And he makes the call. Look at that. You order shots, and now we have a 5-way pot of $750. 1-3, folks. This is a 1-3 blinds. $1, $3 are the blinds. $750 pre-flop. 5 ways we go. And it is going to be a king high flop. So Fletcher hitting a pair. Probably going to be going all in here. There's the all in. Vagabond might make the call here with bottom pair, as it is $150 to win $900. So he might make the call here. And if he does make the call, Baby Spider should be putting on the raise. David finally letting his hand go. Like I said, Vagabond might be... Oh, Vagabond does go all in. And Baby Spider making the call. So everybody with a pair. Top pair versus middle pair versus bottom pair. And we got ourselves probably about a $1,400 pot when everything gets pulled in here. So everybody's showing their pair.
King 4 diamond.
Oh shit.
Let's see a diamond for fun. Diamond on the turn for fun. A diamond, a 5, a diamond or a 5? Well, 5 of diamonds. 5 of diamonds. And the king is going to win the $1,200 pot. Baby Spider rocking the New York Jets shirt, making it work for him. The green shirt has all the green chips. Hey, it looks like we got Henry checking out all the action. He's all like, how do I get into this game? And the answer is very simple. You sign up on Poker Atlas. I was talking earlier, the normal streaming schedule for TCH Live Poker, this channel. Tuesdays, the big game in Dallas. Wednesdays in Austin. Thursdays, Houston normally has Omaha. And then we stream on Friday nights. Saturday and Sunday, there will normally be a tournament from one of the locations on Saturday, Sunday, and sometimes even on Monday. Now, there is a secondary channel. So we stream twice a week. Every Friday, we stream on this channel, the main channel. And every Wednesday, we stream on the secondary channel. Secondary channel is called Texas Card House. 3 different words. The biggest way to distinguish the channels is the logo you see right there on your screen. The circle with all the suits in front. You can see the circle. It has a spade on the upper left-hand corner, followed by a diamond, a club in the lower right-hand corner, and a heart. So that is the logo that is used for the secondary channel. Texas Card House, 3 different words. This logo is the TCH Live in the circle. So they're getting the proper count on Rigo's chips. So $10 button straddle. I believe that is Cho putting on the straddle. Or is that part of the small blind game? Fletcher raising it up to 75 with the Jack 10 offsuit. Oh, and somebody raising it to 300. That's Vagabond. I'm going to guess Ace King. I'm going to guess Ace King. Vagabond with. Got him. Fletcher's going to be calling here. Vagabond raising to 300. He knew Fletcher rebought for 300, so he's putting Fletcher all in here. Fletcher's not going anywhere. He does have live cards. Ace King versus Jack 10. The Ace King going to be winning 2/3 of the time. Fletcher still needing a Jack or a 10. Fletcher down to a Jack or a 10. And the Ace High going to win the $613 pot.
Hold it, wait. You don't know cards like that? Hey.
And let's see if Fletcher rebuys. I'm pretty sure he's going to rebuy. Yeah, Fletcher rebuying here.
You're counting his stack. Oh, okay.
He's counting cards.
No, they're steaming. Sorry.
So Fletcher back for $300. So Fletcher in. And I believe we have a double straddle. Yes, we do have a double straddle. So it's 1, 3, 6, 12. Pay no attention to the 1-3 blinds. This is basically a 5-10 game at your local casino. Rigo with the suited ace going to be making the call. Folded to Fletcher on the button. And Fletcher going to look at the king crab. Fletcher waiting on his chips. Oh, David with the jacks. Should be taking it up to about 100 here, I think. Takes it up to 60. Yeah, Rigo making the call here with the suited ace. And it looks like Baby Spider going to be getting some more of those green chips to match his shirt. King coming on the flop. Let's see if David puts out the continuation bet. David does slow down. Worried about the king. Clubs arriving. No player with clubs. Rigo's still going to need an ace. Small bet from David of $50. Rigo with the immediate fold.
Hey, I was gonna say it. It's my first time I won, but you beat me to the punch. Shit.
See if they pop up the V-pip. They haven't popped that up in a while. Looks like Vagabond going to be added onto his stack. Chip runner Maria. Somebody asking about the Hijack app, and I don't think there's been any promos. I know it's been a little glitchy lately. I believe they finally corrected the glitchiness. If you don't know about the Hijack app, That is the app from the Texas Card House where you can play on your phone or tablet. It's essentially the same structure. Have to be a member of the card house. There is no rake. You just pay an hourly. And there is all kinds of stakes. Micro stakes, mini stakes, small stakes. And they do have a lot of tournaments on the Hijack app as well.
He reached the prime age of 55 and now he's retired. You can't fucking retire from fucking gambling crazy. No way.
$15 raise here from Fletcher. RGV Striker should be putting on, I would say 60, 65 I like. RGV Striker likes 50. Fletcher making a straight with the 3 deuce earlier. Fletcher likes to see flops. He's going to be calling this race. And you can see RGV Striker does pick up 2 callers. Oh, Fletcher hidden trips. Does he check? He does. RGV Striker is going to put out the continuation bet of $70.
I'm just gonna go work this week, and then I come back home. It's like 10 days from now. 9 days. Bro, the fights were
Fletcher with just the smooth call. Oh no, Fletcher going all in. RGV Striker calling him. RGV Striker calling here with ace high. Doesn't think Fletcher has a 3, but he is wrong. And RGV Striker is going to have to go runner, as there is $666 in the pot.
I know, Jack on the third.
Uh-oh. King? Oh, it was a face card.
No. We have ace 10. Oh, ace 10. Ace 10 is a straight right there.
You had a 3 done?
So Fletcher winning 2 big pots with 3 deuce.
Wow. Huh? What do you mean? You're not playing that shit. You're so tight, you gonna play fucking ace king for $50. Werner, come on now.
You're up, right?
Yeah. He's up, he's not playing. Turn the TV off, turn the TV
So Baby Spider up 1,400. And David down 1,900.
Hey, I'll take 2-3 diamonds over 8-12.
Nice hand for Fletcher as we get ready for hand number 46. It's Buddy Ryan's favorite number.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of Matt and
I'm gonna leave right now.
Action is on Matt, has the 5 deuce. And he will be folding. Rigo with the 3s takes it up to 15. Baby Spider with the ace queen. 3 bets it to 45. 40.
Oh, sorry, man.
And you can see that's going to get a call here from 7 high. Calling a 3 bet here with 7 high. Always great action here at the Texas Card House.
Over there. ¿Te acuerdas?
Over there?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, ya estaba con mala
Me habló Reyes. Me habló anoche, pero ahí estaba tenía school in the morning, so. Pues yo quería venir para aquí.
So 4 ways to a flop we go. Pocket 3's the best hand right now. Pocket 3's still the best hand. Although it's going to be hard for him to bet here. Baby Spider with the best equity right now. It does go check around. And now we got a full house for Rigo. And more shots. Little surprised we haven't seen any tableside massages tonight. We have seen a ton of of alcohol. So Baby Spider going to be betting 100 here. Rigo making the call. Baby Spider going to need to hit a 10, an ace, or a queen. And instead it'll be a 4. It does go check, check. Baby Spider knows that players do not fold full houses, so decided not to bluff. Not a great board to bluff the river. So Rigo down about 300. Everybody else in the green normally see a more of an even split. There'll be a couple of players in the green, a couple of players about even, and a couple of players in the negative. Our third misdeal of the night. This is our first time streaming in a couple of weeks, so the dealer's a little bit rusty, as we have had camera issues the last couple of weeks. But our normal schedule here for the Rio Grande Valley is every Friday night on this channel, TCH Live Poker, and every Wednesday night on the secondary channel, Texas Card House, 3 different words. I'm not saying we're the best stream, but I do watch other streams just to check out the competition, and there's a lot of, in my opinion, there's a lot of below average streams out there. Once again, I'm not saying we're the best, but worst case scenario, we're at least average. Obviously, I think we're above average, but there is a lot of below average streams, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if there's, you're like, there with Dunford.
$72 raise here from Baby Spider with the suited ace. He did straddle to 12. A lot of people calling the $12. Oh, the 7-6 here calling. We did see the VPIP earlier, and Cho had the highest VPIP. And this is one of the reasons why David making the call here, trying to get unstuck. As we go 4 ways to a flop, $303, 303. So pretty sure 3 is going to come on the flop. No, it's an ace-high flop, as it is top pair for Baby Spider, middle pair for Vagabond, and bottom pair for Cho. David, the only player not connecting with this flop. Baby Spider putting out a half pot-sized bet. Cho's going to let it go. I don't know if Vagabond's going to let it go, as he does have second pair. Has a lot of backdoor possibilities. Backdoor flush possibilities, backdoor diamond possibilities. But he knows if he calls this bet and misses, Baby Spider is the type of player who doesn't check it through. So he's going to make the fold. So Baby Spider, the rich getting richer, as he is now up 1,500. You can see only 2 players in the red. I do not think that is going to last. Somebody cashing out.
Hey, that was a quick dinner.
Was it RGV Striker? Is RGV Striker gone?
$6. I'm not sure. $6 life.
I think RGV Striker might have bounced out early. Yeah, because somebody's taking his seat.
He was next.
Tírale vergazos, coach.
Yeah, so there is a list. There is a list.
No, dentro del ring, afuera.
Hey, wait, the Steelers? What's working? 8, 9, 10, 20.
If you're if there is a small percentage that you're going to play on the stream, I always recommend the players put themselves on the list because it's essentially a free roll.
Hey, that was a quick dinner.
If you're not able to make it, then obviously you get skipped and taken off the list. But it is a lot easier to get taken off the list than as opposed to being put on the list once the game has started. Poker Atlas, get on the list for Wednesday night, get on the list for Friday night. As we do have another new player coming here on the stream.
Even better.
So seat 7, it's Cho's first time playing on the stream. Him and his buddy showed up to play it. I believe his name is Arturo. We'll see for sure. The 6 still out in front for David. David announced all in. Yeah, David announcing all in here. Fletcher with a straight draw and 2 overcards. Thinking about calling. $96.
I wish I had 2, 3 of clubs. I wish I would have had
So
2,
Fletcher
3
showing his hand here.
I have 2, 3 of clubs. I would snap them off. I need an 8.
David obviously wants a call now that he knows that Fletcher only has ace high. But you can see basically all of Fletcher's outs are live with the exception of the 10. Does have 9 clean outs, an ace, a 10, or an 8. Fletcher asking for the count. One time. Fletcher always goes once.
This is good.
So David will get the win with the 5-6. So let's see if that's going to get David
I don't think we branded
on a little run here as David is stuck about 2,000 before this hand.
I knew I had it over here. I know it was Carlos. I just want to make it interesting.
Let's just make it interesting.
One board.
Oh, you have too much money to be here. No. No. You have too much money, Coach.
So the dealer letting the new player know about the card reader, letting him know about the headphones that the dealer's using. There's a couple of things, if you've never played on a live stream before, that you really have to be aware of. So these are special cards. They do have a small computer chip in them. These are special cards.
He was next.
No, pero él dijo que no quería jugar. Por eso lo brincamos y dijimos a él. No somos que pero.
¿Cómo van a hacer
Pero pues he was next.
If he was next, entonces next. Ya lo puse para adentro. Tell the floor.
Run it, run it. De
Floor.
De por aquí comenzamos tarde.
Declan.
So they're trying to figure out who is next on the list, as we got about 5 people already signed up for the Wednesday stream.
I think he said no, but he wanted to play, so he came and sat down, but they told the coach that he had to sit, but he was next on the list. That's what Maria has been telling me. So, yeah, he was next first, so I don't know. Yeah, so he's
Yeah, so we already have 5 players signed up for the Wednesday stream. So as I said, if you are just thinking about it, essentially you'll get a call the day of the stream to confirm on whether or not you're playing. And then if you say no, obviously you get taken off the list. So normally it is first come, first serve. But if you're within the first, if you're within like the first 14 of the list, normally there's a good chance you'll get a seat before the end of the stream. So I know sometimes players won't sign up because they see more than 9 players on the list, but keep in mind, there is always at least one player that doesn't show up.
He started strong and then all of a sudden.
Alright, 3 to play, everybody.
So I was just talking about how we haven't had any tableside massages, and here comes Rubicella. $1 a minute. Fletcher with the suited King Jack will raise it up to 25. Arturo, it's his first time playing on the stream, and he's going to be calling with the 6-4 of hearts. Arturo tiene el 6-4 de corazones y paga el $25. También David con el 6-3 paga el 25. Vagabond calling with diamonds. So we have all the suits covered. We've got clubs, spades, hearts, and diamonds. And Baby Spider's thinking about making a move here. Baby Spider announces 200. Fletcher's not folded. Fletcher has the suited King Jack. Fletcher is not folded. Fletcher making the call. Arturo's going to think to himself, what did I get myself into? Does fold the 6-4. And that should get the other 2 players to fold. Fletcher going to need to hit some clubs. Going to need to hit a jack. David does get out of the way. Vagabond with the diamonds. We'll be closing off the action. We'll have position. Taking inventory of his chips. If I call this 200, how much does it leave me? He's really thinking about calling here with Queen Deuce of Diamonds. He does make the call. So, oh no, he makes the fold. Heads up. Oh, Fletcher hits his jack. Vagabond would have hit his deuce. So both players would have outflopped Baby Spider. Baby Spider announces all in. Snap call from Fletcher. And here we go. Baby Spider going to need to hit a queen. Only 2 left. As we did see Vagabond fold the Queen of Diamonds. Everything's so blurry. Everything's unclear. So they are getting the proper count as Baby Spider is left with 2 outs. Oh! Vagabond would have hit 2 pair. And he would have got counterfeited. So Baby Spider, with Lady Luck on his side, hitting a queen on the turn to win the $1,000 pot, as Fletcher will have to rebuy. Vagabond letting Baby Spider know that he had Queen Deuce suited. That pot's going to take Baby Spider up to $2,000 in Profitville. As we get ready for hand number 50, 5-0. David raising it up to 28 with the 8-6 offsuit. Rigo with the ace-queen should be putting on the 3-bet here. Let's see if he does. He does not. So Fletcher not at his seat right now, but he will be back. Arturo making the call with the Queen 8. We are going 5 ways to a flop. The best hand right now, the Ace Queen of Rigo. And it is the best hand no more, as David flops open-ended and Cho flops bottom pair. So David, your pre-flop aggressor, should be putting on a continuation bet here that he hit the flop. I'm thinking maybe about, made it 28, so I'm thinking about 70. I think he announced 100. He announces 100. Hoping to take it down, but he's going to get looked up here by the bottom pair. King on the turn. Cho checked the flop, and he's checking the turn here. David going all in here with 8 high. I don't see how Cho calls this, but he is really thinking about it. If he puts his opponent on a flush draw, he has no spades in his hand, so he might have his opponent on a flush draw. David is saying, please fold, please fold, please fold. Cho here with bottom pair can only beat a draw, and that's what his opponent has. $243 is the price. And the thing you got to remember about Cho is he's a psycho bunny. He's cutting out the chips here. He hasn't made the call, but he has given this a lot of thought. I think he's going to call here, folks. He has the chips in his hand, and he makes the call of bottom pair. As David has 9 outs, an 8 or a 6 would be gross. But to the river we go. $800 pot with bottom pair, and Cho's going to win it with the tray. Wow. Cho making the call with bottom pair. David cannot believe it. And looks like Baby Spider gonna be getting more, gonna be changing out some of those red chips for some more New York Jets green chips. The red chip's worth $5. The green chip's worth $25. Pretty much standard throughout the industry, with the exception of California. California, not always, but usually does things different. So that hand's going to take Cho up to over 1,000 in profit. And David down over 2,000. David back in for 4. Oh, Arturo with the ace king of hearts. Is he raising 100? No, he's not raising 100 under the gun. Arturo just going to be making the call. Tricky, tricky. Cajun Asian with the ace deuce gets rid of it. Vagabond with the suited king might be putting on a raise and does just that. Takes it up to 20. And it looks like Cho is going to be trading out his chips as well. Each stack equals $100, so a rack will be $500. Arturo just making the call here with the ace-king suited. Everybody has the other player dominated. The ace-king has both the king-jack and king-10 dominated. Oh, and the king shows up. That is the ace-king. The last king available shows up. And we're about to see some more carnage here as 3 players flop top pair. Vagabond, your initial raiser, gonna put out a small $20 bet. Do we see a raise here from Arturo? No, Arturo just makes the call. Diamond on the turn changes nothing. The ace-king still way out in front. He checks again. Vagabond thinks he has the best hand here, sizing it up to 85 here. He actually has the worst hand. Will any of these players put on a raise? Well, Vagabond picks up a flush draw to go along with his top pair. Here is the raise from Cho. Takes it up to 225. Arturo might let his ace-king go here. Oh, Arturo folds. Vagabond is not folding as he has top pair and a flush draw. It is going to cost him about half his stack here to make the call. But he does indeed make the call. To the river we go. Heads up. Vagabond looking for a diamond or a 10. He does have 7 live outs available. And he's going to miss. The jack kicker of Cho's going to play. And Cho does not fold. This would not be a good bluff for Vagabond. It would not be a good bet for Vagabond here. You have showdown value. Flush got there. You're really only getting called by hands to beat you. And we've seen Cho call down with bottom pair.
If he finds out you're playing at EPO, he'll show up to EPO to play against you.
He already hunts.
Partner, he'll...
Last time I played the stream.
So Vagabond thinking about going for a value bet here. Should take his showdown value.
He got that. Oh, I remember that one. You're such a...
Vagabond really thinking about it here. Oh, and he's going to go all in. The flush got there, but not Vagabond's flush.
No, not how. Why? Like, what's behind? We need to have a hard talk with...
So Cho with top pair jack kicker, this pot over $1,000. And it's going to be $421 for him to make the call. We just saw him calling all in with bottom pair. And he's thinking about calling this bet. He's up over 1,000. Checking to see if he has any clubs. He does not. So he might put his opponent on clubs. I think he's going to fold. I actually don't know if Vagabond wants a call or a fold. No, he makes the call. And Vagabond is going to see he is out-kicked. So that pot is going to take Cho Stack to over 3K.
started getting them last year way in the main event.
And small blind games won. Small blind games.
Oh, and Joe won the small blind game as well, which made the bluff even harder to get through, and we see it did not get through. Oh, and that's going to take Joe up the leaderboard. Now he's in first place, up $2,100. Baby Spider up $2,000.
Barrow, stream table.
Yeah, the next stream for us, I mean, we should be back on schedule. We should be back to our normal Wednesday, Friday stream here at the Texas Card House Rio Grande Valley. I'm pretty sure they're going to be having a stream tomorrow from Dallas. Normally they stream a tournament from Dallas on Saturdays, but our next stream from the Rio Grande Valley will be on Wednesday, the second channel. Texas Card House, 3 different words. More shots. I was gonna say or think, hey, I might get a shot after this, but after this stream, I get to drive up to Austin. Rigo with the Queens. Rigo with the Queens just makes the call from the hijack. Arturo raising it up. Oh. So I believe Rigo missed the hand here. So Rigo raising it up to 98. Fletcher with the 8-5.
Yeah, I know. But it's just like, do I want to gamble or do I not? Because I have a gambling hand, but it's like one of those where I can get lucky, you know. Which I obviously I do. You know me. I mean, but
Fletcher thinking about calling here. I think if it was suited, he would make the call. But it is 8-5 offsuit. $78 more. He's asking how much more it is for him to call. Don't think Fletcher has enough in his stack to make the call here. Yeah, he makes the fold. Arturo going to be calling here with the suited ace. And David might make the call as well. No, David gets out of the way. We are going heads up. Arturo gonna need to hit an ace. Rigo does not want to see an ace. There is a king on the board. We'll see if it slows down Rigo. Does have the queen of clubs. It does go check, check. Jack showing up now, and I think Rigo has to bet if it's checked to him here. It is checked. Should be betting about 75. I think it's a good bet. Oh, Rigo bet 75. Arturo going to be looking him up here with ace high. And Arturo going to miss, and I think Rigo should just take his showdown value here because both the king and the jack beat him, but we'll see if he goes for some thin value. No, he takes his showdown value. It's always cool when the commentator predicts the action. Tony Romo used to do that a lot. I don't know if he lost his touch, but doesn't do it as much anymore. Stan Van Gundy did it on on the Pacers-Knicks game, where he said Halliburton should just give the ball to Randall because the Knicks were down 3 points and the Pacers were inbounding. And Van Gundy said he shouldn't even get tricky here. He should just give the ball to the other team because there was 0.2 seconds left. And you cannot get off a shot in 0.2 seconds, a catch and shoot. You can do like a tap in or whatever, but if you literally hand it to your opponent, they can't tap in and they have no time. So Stan Van Gundy made that comment. The other announcers thought Stan Van Gundy was crazy. They laughed at him. And Halliburton literally handed the ball to Julius Randle.
I feel like I'm already, like it's I feel like it's 1 o'clock at 76 already. I feel like I'm at 76.
Hey, wait, it's on you, wait. As soon as you take it, as soon as you get the shot, I'm gonna get the other one. Just so we fucking hold back to back. And I'll wait.
Yeah, so I think Dallas has their, I think it's called the big one.
Hey, wait, do it.
I think they're streaming that tomorrow. As I said, this channel is the main channel for all Texas Card House locations, TCH Live Poker. Every Tuesday night, Dallas streams their big cash game. Every Wednesday night, Austin streams a plethora of games. Thursday night, Houston streams, usually an Omaha game. And then Friday nights, we usually stream a Hold'em game. Houston normally does an Omaha game, and we normally do a Hold'em game. Arturo with the 9 here. Nobody has the jack, though. David's going to put out a bluff and get immediately called by 2 players. Rigo hits the 10, might get him in trouble, as Arturo has been playing this sneaky thus far. Oh, Arturo no longer sneaky, says all in. Yeah, so Dallas, they have, normally on Saturday, they run a tournament called the Big One, and then once a month on Saturday, they'll run an even bigger one. I believe one of their tournaments recently, they had their commentator make the final table, Eric Van Loosen. Don't know if he finished, how he finished. I know he was one of the short stacks coming into the final table. Got about an hour to go on tonight's stream. If you still haven't hit the like button, what are you waiting for? As we do have an under the gun straddle, I believe. No straddle. Vagabond going to be raising it with the computer hand. No straddle. Vagabond takes it up to $15. Baby Spider calling with the better diamonds. And Cho just calling with the 10s, as does Arturo. And this might price in David, and it does, as we go 5 ways to a $76 pot. Baby Spider hitting an ace. Arturo hitting a king. Baby Spider putting out a 1/3 size bet here. Arturo going to be making the call here with second pair. Also has some backdoor possibilities. Backdoor straight possibilities. Backdoor heart possibilities. Everybody else should get out of the way. And we will go 3 ways to a turn. And that is a pretty big turn for Arturo, as he has a flush draw and a straight draw to go along with his second pair. Baby Spider does slow down, and uh-oh. Baby Spider hitting 2 pair. He puts out $75. Arturo should be raising here. Cho should be getting out of the way. So there's Cho getting out of the way. Let's see if we see a raise here from Arturo.
Jack
You
9.
had Jack 10.
No, Jack 9.
No, you had Jack 10 and that beast with
Did Arturo just call?
yeah.
Yeah, what?
Arturo just calls here with the backdoor king high flush, and Baby Spider cannot believe it.
You all know I had
Baby Spider's all like, I lost the minimum.
I don't know.
Hey, give me Queen Jack offsuit. I don't give a fuck. You need
Baby Spider hitting 2 pair on the river. Thought he was going for a value bet. And he thought he was good once his opponent just made the call.
Good thing I'm not a pro.
Sometimes
If I would
you
be
don't want to
living
get a good
off,
hand and loose to it like
I would
Andre.
be living in my car right now.
Hey, you don't want to get a good hand and loose it. Loose with it like Andre. Hey, no, Jeffrey, I'm playing. Badass, no? Hey, just be like Cocker. Get one hand, play it, triple up, and then go on lockdown.
Yes, please.
I thought
I
Crocker
wouldn't
was.
say that about Matt. Matt's usually pretty.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I thought Crocker was a guy. Like,
He is,
I wanted him at the table all the time. Now it's like,
So Arturo up $3 with that win.
I'm saying. Now, hey, now
And you can
it's
see
like,
we're pretty much getting about half the players in the green, half the players in the red.
oh man.
Like I said, I would imagine at the end of the stream we'll have a couple players in the green, a couple players about even, and a couple players in the red.
Hey, I thought leave up there.
So Matt has been very card dead, although the hands that he has played, he has won. Rigo with the suited ace, just going to make the $3 call. Fletcher also with the suited ace. He's going to raise it up to 15. Arturo winning the last hand, going to try to make it 2 in a row with the king 5. David has been pretty unlucky tonight. Going to try to get lucky with the queen 6 offsuit as we go 5 ways to a flop. 2 pair for Vagabond. Vagabond betting $5 here.
Yeah, he put it back. Yeah, he won. It's just stupid. Fucking stupid. I'm playing.
And everybody calling the $5 here. A lot of fun turn possibilities. Heart or a diamond will be spicy. And there's the heart. Rigo picking up a flush draw to go along with his ace high. Vagabond should be sizing it up here. And he's going to size it up to 40. Snap call by Rigo as he did pick up the flush draw. Arturo with top pair. Going to be making the call. He is drawn dead. D-E-D, dead. He can actually chop the pot if a queen shows up since David folded. Oh, and it's going to be backdoor hearts for Rigo. Vagabond getting a little tricky here with the $5 bet, flopping top and bottom pair with the $5 bet, and it's going to get him in trouble here as Rigo should be putting out a raise here. Rigo just double checking on if he went runner flush. He has confirmed. And here comes a raise. Maybe 300. The min raise? He's going to min pick it? No, mix it a little more. Mix it about 300. Can I call the bet again? 310. Vagabond. Did Vagabond fold? Vagabond folding the 2 pair quickly. And we have a dealer change, have exactly 1 hour left in tonight's stream. As I said, if you still haven't hit the like button, don't know what you're waiting on. It's how I get paid.
I want him to know he fucked you up. Alright? You're going with Fletcher.
No, is that Josh Giddey who used to be with the Thunders with the Wolves now?
I saw you go like at fucking 10 in the
That's
morning.
the shot you're talking about?
Well, what?
Yeah, he was like a mile from our bar.
How did I play that?
What is, we got Temple and Stroud.
Yeah, but there was like at least 0.3 seconds left. If it's less than 0.3, you can do a tap. Tappity tap. Vagabond with the suited king. 40% of a royal flush going to be making the call. Baby Spider going to be enjoying his massage. So normally the waitresses aren't able to stand up because of the cameras. And we have one camera that's not working, and that's the camera behind the waitress there. So if she wanted to stand up, she could. But they are told if you are giving a massage in the stream room, you got to take a seat because of the cameras. Camera doing some double duty tonight, as the camera behind is not working. Vagabond with a small raise here. Small 3-bet. Somebody raised it to 25, and they picked up a lot of callers. And once this ace-queen calls here, I think everybody else is going to call as they're getting priced in. Fletcher getting a little low on chips. Basically half his stack. Fletcher in bad shape right now, as Vagabond has a better 10, so thus he can only hit the jack.
They're right here. Oh, wait. I guess they went over there.
If Fletcher had more chips, this is a snap call. This might be Fletcher's last buy-in as well. So he is really, yeah, he folds the reluctant fold. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking this is Fletcher's last bullet. So he's being a little more conservative. David making the call with the Dolly Parton. Working 9 to 5.
We got 3 in the hand.
And everybody with live cards. 6-high, Vagabond, your initial raiser. Totally misses the flop, but he's going to bet 75. Straight draw for David. And he might be coming along. Called the 3-bet. Yeah, he does make the call. David looking for a 9, 5, or 4, and there's the 4 for David. Finally something going his way tonight. Vagabond slowing down. David should be going all in, and he has 135 in his stack. There's the all in. And I believe Cho's going to make the call here with ace queen. Yeah, he makes the call. And he's going to need a 5 to chop. Oh, all the fives are gone. Drawn dead. Yeah, the shot happened maybe like 2 months ago, I think. Yeah, it was a crazy shot. Yeah, Josh Giddey used to be with the Thunder, got traded in the offseason for Alex Caruso. Caruso going to both high school and college here in the state of Texas. Went to high school in Bryan, Texas, which is just north of College Station. Then he went to college, to College Station, Texas A&M. So Chow taking a hit there, no longer no longer number 1 on the leaderboard.
And I win.
Baby Spider up 1900. Chow up 1700.
7 calls.
Fletcher raising it up to 25 with his suited ace.
7 calls and a 6. 8 makes 25. 9 folds. 1 call. 2 calls.
So I believe we were the last Texas Card House
Can't say.
to get the system where now everything is connected. All of the different card houses are connected. So if you are a member in Houston and you go to any of the other locations, all of your information will pull up.
I went over there. I came back.
It was possible before, but the front desk needed to make a call to the other location to get your information, see how much time you had left over and everything like that. But now, I believe we were the last ones. Top pair for Vagabond. Open ender for Cho. Cho gonna bet his open ender.
Mario, 40 to play.
How much?
40.
That's it?
Anyway, that was breathing.
3 calls. 4 folds. Huh? No.
First time tonight. Almost. That's the first time.
We have 3 in the hand.
Vagabond still in front with his 7. Cho gonna put out
125.
$125 bet with his open ender and pair.
3 calls.
Vagabond not folding top pair. And Vagabond's gonna somehow wind up with the best hand with the 7. And he's gonna take his showdown value.
Good hand. I had the river. I had ace king.
That is king.
I had ace 8.
Fucking third.
I had ace 8.
What is this, right? That's king.
Like, it was fucking dirty board.
Yeah, but I didn't hit
If it
spot.
wasn't
Yeah,
like
fuck
that, I would've
spot.
called.
Yeah, no, true way.
Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy games in the NBA.
I haven't got one fucking hand where I can toss them.
Of course, if you ever bet on the NBA,
And I was gonna raise but ace king.
you normally wind up with no bank account. That's what the NBA stands for.
Come play. I want that 8. I want that 8 deuce all in.
Hey, chill out. I'm trying to forget that, alright?
Hey,
7 calls. 8 folds. 3 to play.
why do you keep going golfing if you don't know how to golf?
If you rescan.
Wonder if the tournament is still going on. It's probably still going on. I know there's probably about 40 or 50 entries. There is a free roll every Friday here at the Texas Card House, Rio Grande Valley. So Matt just calling the $3 with Ace King on the button. Baby Spider making a move here. And Matt needs to re-raise here to clear out some players. Needs to go at least 200, probably 250. I think he's just going to call, but he should be going at least. Yeah, we've seen players play Ace-King very, very passive. This is about the 3rd or 4th player that has played the Ace-King very, very passive. Flop is out. And Baby Spider putting on the continuation bet. It's a small bet. Probably has bottom pair here. Nah, probably has the board that favors him. Yeah, he's gonna take it down, bet at 75.
Okay, so yeah, 5,000.
I believe Matt folded. They're just making sure that all the action got taken care of. There you go. They were still showing seat 5. Regal was in the hand. So they're just cleaning it up. So that pot's going to take Baby Spider up to a $2,000 profit. And let us see with the free row. Free row still going on. They are on the bubble. They are on the bubble. So 58 players in tonight's free row. 58. First place going to be taking home $1,000. Min cash. Sixth place going to be taking home $165. Not bad for a free row. They are on the Stone Cold bubble right now. 7 players left. 6 players get paid.
Don't do it. Why you're all in dark?
Fletcher with his favorite hand, at least for tonight. 3 deuce has won 2 big pots with the 3 deuce. I don't think Fletcher's folding the 3 deuce pre-flop. How much is Fletcher having his stack? Yeah, Fletcher's just calling the 28. I don't think he's going to go that crazy. And as advertised, Fletcher making the call, as does Arturo. More shots. So 6 ways to a flop? No, 7 ways to a flop.
7 players, 7.5.
7 players. And it's all letters on the flop. An A, a Q, and a J. Somebody had King 10. Arturo had King 10. Arturo flopping a straight. Shows Fletcher's drawn dead, but he could go runner flush. Cajun Asian with the small $25 bet. I think Fletcher's going to call here. $25 for Fletcher to call. No, he does make the fold. And Arturo just making the call. Cajun Asian needing a club. Does not see the club. As this pot is basically $200. Regal with the double shot. Arturo with the $100 bet on the turn. David making the call here, looking for a king to chop it. 2 kings available.
Yeah, but it has Red Bull way and it has like red cranberry.
Board gonna pair.
Cranberry kind of like.
Arturo might slow down. No, he's gonna bet another 100. And now David has aces and jacks with a queen kicker. Might make the crying call here. As I said, David not running good tonight. Perfect example here. David having his opponent dominated pre-flop. Ace 10 versus King 10. David had diamonds as well, so his opponent was dominated pretty big pre-flop here, and you can see his opponent's gonna win. David does not want to call, but he does not want to fold. I think he might call, because a lot of times you're chopping here. Aces and jacks with a queen kicker, but yeah, he does make the call.
But this is like 800. Maybe 900.
Down like 1,000. 900.
Button is right.
I should have won against those guys.
you finish 5. Thank you, boss.
$1,700 pot right there.
So still got over half an hour to go on tonight's stream.
No.
Big blind.
Arturo's first time playing on the stream. He is up a buy-in, as the minimum buy-in for this game is $300.
What you say? It's my turn to shot.
Fletcher, you are big blind.
Hey, wait, you want us to go back for that or what?
So there is 4 1-3 tables going on the main floor. The blinds are the same. The buy-ins are a little different. On the main floor, the minimum buy-in is $100. Here on the stream table, the minimum buy-in is $300.
Hey, makes it 85. Fletcher,
Baby Spider with the kings raises it up to 85.
Do it. Whatever your heart desires.
So David raising initially with the 9-7, picks up calls from Vagabond, Matt, and Rigo. And now Baby Spider making it 85 on the button.
That's a raise, right?
Nice sizing to try to get heads up to the flop. Arturo making the call here. What does Arturo have? So many players in the hand. Arturo with the 10s. Looks like David's going to cut his losses, makes the fold. No, David called. Everybody making the call. Matt hasn't played a hand in a while. And Rigo going to be closing off the action with his ace, makes the call. So 4 ways to a flop we go of over $300 in this 1-3 game.
Don't jump off the boat thinking you're a fucking Superman, partner. Please. Hey, wait. I've seen those shits. I've seen motherfuckers do that shit, bro. That's
Open ender for David, but 2 of his outs are in Arturo's hand.
what was it, that 18-year-old that jumped off?
Arturo gonna check his 10s.
No way.
Baby Spider should be putting out about $130 bet here.
You got on a cruise, Dunner? But you got no one before.
135, missed it by $5.
That shit ain't scary. You got on one too?
Arturo might make the call here with 10s. There's only 1 overcard on the board, but he is thinking about folding. It'll be the proper fold. He does fold. So nice fold from Arturo there. David might just rip it with the 9-7. David does indeed rip it, gets the snap call from Baby Spider, and David's going to need to hit a 5 or a 10. There are 4 left. I believe they're going to run it twice. First time tonight, we're running it twice. So David going to need a 5 or a 10. You cannot make a straight without a 5 or a 10 on the board or in your hand. And that's what David's going to need. Oh, David picking up some more outs here. And he does not get there. David picking up more outs again, and David not getting there again.
I thought you had queens. What the fuck? You had ace queens? When you said nothing, you always got queens.
So let's see if David rebuys, as he is in this game for over 2,500. Baby Spider up over 2,500. Just your normal 1-3 game here at the Texas Card House.
5.
I thought you were talking about
10-5.
What was on the clock?
Coming back, 500 behind.
And David's not done. He is back.
Honestly, you weren't even on the list.
Got to be in it to win it.
So targeting, he said you owe me like one from the 50 that I beat you. You owe me one. I gotta get it back.
Still have half an hour to go on tonight's stream. As the Cajun Asian with the suited ace jack raises it up to 15, pretty much the standard raise tonight. Most nights on this stream game. At least 15, sometimes 25 or 30. And Baby Spider going to be getting some more of those New York Jet green chips. Origo put it on the 3-bet here with the 4-3 offsuit. Arturo with the best hand here. The pocket pair going to be making the call. And does the Cajun Asian just make the call, or does he put on the 4-bet? It's a small 3-bet here from Rigo. Goes from 15 to 40. Was probably trying to get heads up with the Cajun Asian, but that is not the case, as we are going 4 ways to a flop of $160 in the middle. The Cajun Asian going to hit middle pair. Fletcher going to hit top pair, though, and Fletcher's going to go all in. Cajun Asian's probably going to look him up here. Fletcher already announced it. If I lose this hand, I'm going to have to borrow money. Yeah, Cajun Asian does make the call. And he's going to need an ace or a jack. Ace or a jack. And Fletcher. Not going to have to borrow money yet.
Wow, you're making fun of me? Alright, then. That's cool. That's cool.
Any top pair wins?
I'm the most action player on this fucking table. You want to make fun of me because of my little stack? Because of me, I have this fucking stack.
Hey, Fletcher, you wearing boots with it? Hey, with that shirt on boots Hey, wait.
Andre doing
I'm
all
telling
right?
you,
Can't
that's the
complain,
thing
you
right
know?
there. Everybody wants to be a camera.
Oh, baby!
Oh, so Fletcher won in the small blind game as well. So a little cherry on top. So Regal, before that hand, he was up $1. And he 3-bets at $40. So now he is down $1. And as I said, we're getting more about half in the green, half in the red. Everybody to the left of Rigo in the green, everybody to the right in the red.
Yes, bro. Me too. I had to. I went. Hey, wait. Honestly, wait. I went and I bought. I wait every week. I buy a shirt, pants, like.
That won't fit. The whole fit.
Because it's like right there. It's so convenient right there. But
So
you
this
know,
camera doing a little double duty tonight. Normally it'll zoom in to seats. Normally it'll zoom into seats 3 and 4. But tonight it is the camera for seats 1 through 4. As one of the corner cameras not working.
My favorite story now is the Academy. The Academy.
No, I know, right? Yeah.
Hey, I have Magellan and
Flush draw for Vagabond. 2 pair for the Cajun Asian. Open-ended for Arturo. And Vagabond going to be betting 75 here.
like 2,000, but when I'm somewhere else,
Is it going to be a check raise from the Cajun Asian?
I'm somewhere else.
Has top 2 pair on a 4-high board. Arturo making the call with his open-ender. And here's the check raise from the Cajun Asian. Should be going up to at least 200. Maybe somewhere between 200 and 300. And it's going to be 260 261.
That's where I'm gonna put my money back.
Don't think Vagabond can fold here, as he does have 2 overcards, a flush draw and a straight draw.
What's it called? Yeah, bro.
Giving this a lot of thought. Perhaps thinking about putting in another raise to get Arturo to fold. He just makes the call. Arturo with his open ender. Getting a decent price here.
It's a badass one, way there at Academy. It's at the end. At the end to the right. At the end to the right. At the end to the right. Well, you have to know what it is.
And Arturo does fold. So Vagabond gonna need a spade or a 5.
Another brand.
Oh, he hits the queen, so he picks up more outs, and we are getting all in here between these two players. What? Oh, Cajun Asian getting counterfeited. What a crazy river. Vagabond with queens and deuces. Counterfeit into 2 pair of the Cajun Asian.
Hey, they have those puppy jackets. The puppy jackets. It's like for gold. North Face.
And it does go check, check. Cajun Asian going to show how unlucky he got. What a crazy run out. I thought all the chips were going to get in on the turn.
I got up, bro.
We had the nut flush draw, right?
Thunder, so you're out.
And I think that's going to do it for the Cajun Asian, as we do have a seat open in the stream table. Still got about half an hour to go.
Like 300 bucks.
There, George.
I thought he had ace 5, right? I thought he flopped the fucking string.
Georgie. Declan. Open seat.
Seat open, light strike.
Right or no?
First track.
Can I do that or no?
Then you say,
Huh?
dude, you probably weren't going to get no more value.
I didn't think I would. If he had the straight, I was fucking.
So let's see if there is a straddle.
6 light straddle.
Vagabond does straddle with the Queen Jack offsuit. Matt with the pocket pair should be calling the 6 and does.
But he bets on the turn, you call either way, no matter what. I mean, yeah,
Fletcher, 60 play. Action's over there, bro.
that's what I'm saying. Like he bets on that turn, you call either way.
But
Did he bet on flop?
Check your bet.
on the turn.
Fletcher making the call.
I had fucking the queen.
But did he bet on the flop?
He led. I called.
Arturo does the same. You can see they haven't punched in Fletcher's call yet, and that's why the camera is still focused on Fletcher.
Bro, you called 300 with nothing.
I had a flush.
Oh, you had a flush draw. Oh, I didn't even see that. My bad. It's 'cause I didn't
So
even
5 ways to a flop we go.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Four check.
And then I turned.
The flop is out,
I forgot I had a flush.
and here's the action tracker catching up.
He had the fucking ace 5. When he bet that much, I was like, he's gotta have a choice.
For sure, 100. So you just check.
It is a jack high flop, so Fletcher hitting top pair,
3 o'clock. She doesn't have the board.
but Vagabond has a better kicker.
3 o'clock.
David with middle pair.
You know, I'm calling, but I know I'm behind.
9 folds.
Fletcher with a $40 bet here with his top pair. Quick call from David with middle pair. And does Vagabond raise? Vagabond fold? So Vagabond folding top pair. Little surprise there.
I know what you have. I have jack.
So Fletcher shows his jack. And Vagabond's going to see he folded the winner.
Dead button.
That's because when I saw you look at your hand and you kind of smiled, I was like, motherfucker got me. Falta pinche. Falta qué? Hey. Miris.
So we do have a seat open, and I know we have a list. So somebody will get about 20 minutes of screen time here.
Now it's your turn. Oh no, you got it. You got the. It is on me. It's on me. Nah, y'all taking them too fast. Fuck that. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Bro, we took, honestly, we took like
4 full tables on the main floor, plus the stream table, plus the tournament table. We had 6 tournament tables earlier.
What do you want?
Give it a little bit. 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 Bro, we took on it. Dame una agua. No, never mind. No, no, water. I got a water.
Calls, 6 calls, 7 calls. 20. 6 calls, 9 calls, 2 calls.
Tiene que me ando viendo bien gacho. Dale, güey, ¿está el baño? No, trae la mano.
Hold your hand.
3 calls.
Oh, wait.
Matt with the aces
No, he doesn't have shit.
and the ace of clubs. Fletcher with the king might get in trouble here. Nice check for Matt here, as he does have the ace of clubs. Fletcher betting 25. Does Matt check raise?
Yeah, buddy.
Vagabond calling with the 4s. Matt just calls with the aces.
We have 3 in the hand.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
Fletcher hitting 2 pair.
Seat open, bro.
3 check, 4 check.
And how much is he going to bet?
Alexis. Alexis.
Looks like it's going to be 80. Vagabond going to know his 4s are no good. Should be making the fold. And Matt should be making the call here with the aces and the ace of clubs. So Matt needed an ace, a 5, a 3, or a club. Let's see his outs on the upper left-hand side. They should be flashing up right when the pocket 4s get folded. Okay, there. So the river's out. I do not know what the river is, but the aces do win. Oh, it is a club, yeah. Queen of clubs.
What do you mean? He has an ace. He has a club.
Oh, bro, my bad. Hey, Fletch, don't get mad at me.
So Matt does hit one of those outs on the river. The outs did flash up really quick. I wasn't able to see them. But if you are watching on YouTube, you are able to rewind. That's one of the advantages of watching on YouTube over the Facebook. So 8-handed. As I said, we got about 20 minutes to go on the stream. Chances are these players are going to continue to play after the stream, but we normally stream 4 hours every Friday, and we will stream 4 hours tonight. It looks like we have a couple of players on the list. As I said, we already have 5 players signed up for the Wednesday stream. So if you're thinking about playing on the Wednesday stream, you could either call or go on Poker Atlas. Poker Atlas is the easiest, fastest way to get on.
Hey, Fletch.
Checker bet. Checker bet date. And 2
Bro, I'm drinking. You're not even drinking no more. That's why you want to keep drinking shit.
All right. Hey, let's.
So I believe we are going 7 ways to a flop.
Am I drinking?
It's going to be a king high flop. I believe a player has a king. Fletcher with his 3 deuce again, flopping bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. But I believe I saw a king flash up on one of these 7 hands. No, nobody has a king.
It's only him.
Back to back to
We're
back.
all drinking and drinking shots.
Hey, wait, if you don't want to do it, just say you don't want to do it, wait. Yeah, that's fine.
$16 bet for Fletcher to call, and he does make the call. Arturo with the 9-7 will let it go. David with the 4-5. A lot of backdoor possibilities, getting a pretty good price. Let's see if he decides to see another card for $16. 16 in the clip and 1 in the hole. R.I.P. Nate Dogg.
These 3 players told me, so we're gonna be the last one tonight. It looks weird because all these
Yeah, so the dealer letting David know that the action is on him. And he does have those backdoor outs. He's going to call. Looks like somebody taking seat 1. As we will go 3 ways to a turn. 10 on the turn. Fletcher still with the best hand with bottom pair.
I live on Wisconsin and Jackson right here. I'm like, real close. I'm like right here.
Yeah, so somebody asking about the tournaments. And no. The answer is no to that. So this is a private social club. You do have to become a member. Daily memberships start at $10. So the first step is becoming a member. Of course, there is a membership form that you fill out. You must have a valid ID.
I don't care because I know next week when I come, Crocker will lose it all back to me.
And then once you take care of your membership, then you can either choose to play in a tournament or you can choose to play in a cash game. If you do play in a cash game, it is $12 an hour, but that is not paid from a rake. That is paid separately. And if you play in a tournament, it's basically part of the entry fee. Oh, aces for David. Kind of a small raise here. Is it a min raise? So Fletcher raising with the 9-7 of clubs. Arturo calling with the ace-7. And David, who is down over $2,000, has the aces. But it looks like he's putting on a tiny raise here. It is a $60 raise, really, really small raise. That's going to bring Rigo along.
This is the guy, hey, bro, this is the guy who does not want to get up. Sit your ass down.
the coach sits up on his foot there cuando no se quiere.
So Fletcher going to be making the call here. Might get out of line and go all in, but he's making the call for sure here with 9-7 of clubs. Oh, looks like we're not going to make it to the 80 hands. We've had a lot of all-ins tonight.
I mean,
You gotta take it.
did you or not?
So David with the aces.
Is it from me or not? You told me they were all for you.
Fletcher flopping a flush draw. He's not going anywhere. He might even move all in. No, he checks. David with the ace of clubs. David betting 150. Fletcher with the flush draw. Making the call, leaving himself with $53 behind.
If you bust me, I don't got no more money. Either you lend me money or you bust me.
Fletcher picking up a straight draw here. Now needs a 6 for a straight. Fletcher's going to have to borrow some money.
They win 300.
If he doesn't hit one of his outs.
Two rivers going twice on the river.
Oh, they're going twice.
6 at the club.
Fletcher needed a 6 or a club. That's not it. And that's not it. So the aces of David holding up. That was Fletcher's last buy-in. See if somebody has Cash App. Venmo, Zelle.
Started drinking early so I could see aces. I haven't seen them once tonight. I don't think you guys seen them. I haven't seen aces.
David,
Like he had aces.
Well, no. I'm talking about.
Whenever somebody asks you to borrow money, I'm all like, I have Venmo and I have Zelle.
They were the, you have, I think I had a pair of aces, Lee.
Kind of a nice way of telling them no.
Ace 9, ace 4, ace 6 twice.
Ace. Is there a high hand or no?
All right, so the last hand, we have 3 hands to go tonight as we're going to make it to hand number 69.
It's not fair. Everybody gets aces except me.
So 3 hands to go tonight.
Maybe. This is all mine. 280.
So Fletcher getting some more chips.
Barrels.
You're like, it's the same shit right now.
3 hands to go tonight.
If I was at the casino, I would take it as a
We do not stream daily on this channel, but it's pretty much daily. We do have the set schedule. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday is normally the big cash game in Dallas. Wednesday is the Austin game. You never know what you're going to get with Austin. They might be Hold'em, might be Omaha, might be a mixed game. Thursday, Houston is normally Omaha. And then Friday, we've taken a couple of Fridays off, not by choice. Had some camera issues, so Friday is normally us. And then Saturday is normally a tournament, a final table tournament from one of the many Texas Card House locations. Sometimes we stream on Sundays, sometimes we stream on Mondays, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we have a cash game from either Dallas, Austin, Houston, or the Rio Grande Valley. And then we stream on Wednesday nights on the secondary channel as well. The main difference between the two games, between Wednesday and Fridays, normally it's a 1-3 game, so it's the same structure. The main difference is normally on Wednesday nights, whenever we're done streaming, the game breaks. And normally on Friday nights, whenever we're done streaming, the game continues. So Fletcher, with second pair, has the best hand. So normally we get 80 hands in, at least 80, between 80 and 100. But we have had a ton of all-ins and multi-way all-ins tonight. So it did take a little bit longer to get all the side pots proper. And this is our first time streaming in a couple of weeks. So dealer's a little bit rusty. And I mean, I feel I was also a little bit rusty tonight as well.
I'm gonna start drinking beer.
So I just gotta check the whole fucking.
Don't think I had my A game tonight. Had a solid V.
Tired of being indicators like cold. I'm doing cold for like fuck.
Also, looks like a coach taking seat number 1. Hasn't played a hand yet.
Only call I've had was that
Arturo up $8. Baby Spider up $2,700. Cho up $1,600. Fletcher down about 1,000. David down over 2,000.
they charged me after all night I've been fucking putting in and nobody. I haven't. Hey, I won that hand. What the fuck? Oh yeah. There's my five. I forgot.
So I don't know. Well, I do know they're bringing a series back. I don't know if it's going to be called the Trailblazer again, but I do know they're working on it. I do know they're working on it. So this past year, there was a tournament series that made a stop at all of the Texas Card Houses. It was called the Trailblazer Series because the winner got a Chevrolet Trailblazer at the end of the series. I'm pretty sure the guy that won it was out of the Houston area. He missed the stop. Made most of the stops, but missed the stop. He did play down here. Made the final table down here. I'm pretty sure it was Michael who wound up winning the Trailblazer. I don't know if he took the Trailblazer or took the cash.
We're all in that way. What do you mean? Pick your fucking guy. Hey, everybody's in that way. Everybody's in that.
But the cool thing about the stop down here in the Rio Grande Valley is it was double point.
You're not drinking no more or what? You're not drinking no shit?
Honestly, I'm
But I will.
For those of you that live in Texas, we're not as far of a drive as most people think. I've actually talked to people in Houston, and they say we're 8 hours away from Houston, and we are, depending on what part of Houston you live in, but we're an easy 5-hour drive from Houston. And of course, there are direct flights available, so just about an hour flight, a little bit over an hour flight. Oh, what a turn here! So both these guys are buddies. It's both their first time playing on the stream, so they're not going to get too crazy. They're going to check it down as we have one hand to go tonight. But I did go to a couple of the Trailblazer Series tournaments, and even the commentators, I remember one time I was talking to the commentators in Houston. They're like, "Oh, you're 8 hours away from Houston." I'm all like, "No."
No, that's ATMs. No, the chick's like,
I mean, we're less than 8 hours away from Dallas. All right, final hand of the night. Hand 69, very nice. And let's see if we have fireworks to finish us off on this Friday night. They're trying to buy shots for Fletcher, and he is saying, not yet.
This is who you guys invite to fucking play.
This is our fault, man. We did this to ourselves. Hey, Mario, we did this to ourselves.
Hey, you're right. We do it to ourselves.
Just $3 to call as Arturo limping under the gun with the 5-6. Rigo also making the call.
For the second time.
Fletcher is in the big blind. Oh, Queens for Cho makes it 28. Fletcher making the call with the 5-6. Arturo lets go of his 5-6. Matt should be calling here with the suited ace. 40% of a roll. And I think Rigo's going to call with his suited queen. You already see him putting out chips.
kick me while I'm down, bro. I'm probably the number one loser in the fucking table.
Yes, man.
Well, Vagabond makes the call here with the King 4 offsuit. And we are going 5 ways to a flop. The queen's going to have to avoid an ace or a king, or how about just hitting a queen? The case queen arriving. And he's going to bet $30 into $170. So tiny bet here. Very, very good board for queens here. No flush draw on the board and no immediate straight draws. So Vagabond drawing, Rigo drawn dead. Fletcher still in the hand here. He's also drawn dead. think Fletcher's going to let this go.
If John Deere went over there, I guarantee you.
He does fold. I don't think Rigo's folding.
Give me his number.
Yeah, Rigo cutting out a call. Does not want to see a deuce on the river. All right, it's a king, so that should have saved Rigo. Action is on Cho. And he's going to bet again. Looks like 200. And it is 200. 200 into 225. So betting over half pot here. Rigo a top pair. That is a king on the river, not a deuce. King on the river. You can see the RFID reader picking something up wrong.
Look, if he's there,
I do not know if these players know this is the last hand of the stream, but Rigo definitely has a decision here.
but he has to.
Rigo makes the call, and he's going to see the three ladies.
Even if he doesn't want, even if he doesn't.
So let's see the final numbers at the end. I know Baby Spider is up over 2,000. We'll see if Cho is up over 2,000 after winning that last hand. Just your normal 1-3. And he wins the small blind game. But wait, there's more. All right, let's see the final numbers. So the big winner of the night is going to be Baby Spider up 2,700. And that final hand did take Cho up to over 2,000, 2,100. Matt almost at 1,000 at 900. Two players basically even, Arturo and Coach. And four players in the red. One player losing 1,000, another player losing over 2,000. Once again, that'll wrap things up for this Friday night. We'd like to thank everybody who joined us.